Important to be supportive and flexible and willing to alter your own goals. And some cute outfits for Rudy. Come here, you have to see this.
Really?
Isn't that darling?
Oh my God, look at that! Oh, honey, that's a winner. You know, that looks like George W.'s mission accomplished flight suit.
That is exactly what it's called.
Look at that.
I think the Parnells are going to be very impressed.
Oh, honey, I'm feeling bullish on our future.
So am I, in whatever form it takes.
Oh my gosh, can you imagine? We'll be living up there on the 9th green. It'll be just like old times. No children. You remember how we used to wake up in the morning, make love, and then go downstairs and have breakfast naked?
Yeah, that was nice. Except for that one time I spilled hot coffee on little Bob. You know, baby, I'm just as excited about this as you are, but don't you kind of miss the days when we were all here together in the house?
That's why we took pictures.
Oh my God, sorry. I had to quickly eat before I got on here. So I was cramming a beef jerky stick down my gullet while I was trying to get everything ready. Let's see. Amendments 4 and 5 were destroyed by Missouri voters. What were 4 and 5? And Gen X childhoods. My mom was a smoker. I had hot ashes flicked by accident into my eyes more than once. I experienced that. I don't know. I was shockingly around a lot of smokers growing up. It contributed to me smoking when I was in my late teens, early 20s, and I quit. Oh, you're fine, Tina. You're totally fine. Yeah, I don't have anything to plan today. I will just be very honest. This week has been kind of a wash for me. I did start working on a video last night. I think I started smoking in utero. It was a different time, you know. I did start working on a new video, just as a heads up. 31 years ago, though, I quit in my mid-20s. I was at a point in time I was smoking, I think, up to a pack to 2 packs a day. This is when cigarettes cost like $2.50, $3 a pack. Now it's just like, ugh. I gave smoking a go in 1994, gave it up 6 weeks later, nothing for me, and I just don't have the addictive personality to sustain it. Here's the thing. I don't know why I smoked. Because it was very easy for me to quit. I quit cold goddamn turkey and did not look back. I got to the point where I was a social smoker is what it was. And that's why I was kind of going through packs. A day was because I was working with people who smoked. And even then, like, I don't even know what I got out of it. I have an addictive personality, but it typically is tied to OCD stuff. So, yeah, that smoking triangle window in the vehicles. Yep, I remember. Oh, I remember that too. I got rid of those. I haven't seen. God, that does take me back. But yeah, I started a video yesterday. This week has been just off the wall weird. I kind of mentioned on Monday I had to go and find another provider for medication management. So I was dealing with that this week. It's so funny. There is like some sort of weird it's not even weird. It's just the way the system works right now, where everyone is just like, there's like apathy towards people trying to get help. And like I spent my entire day yesterday with EMDR, just kind of like blanketly like just being like, I have never dealt with people just so fucking insensitive when it comes to mental health related stuff that, you know, you would think if you are a provider, right, like your entire group, the company that you're running is built around trying to provide mental health related, systems for people, you would do everything you can to make sure that that person is not going to lapse on medication. I don't care if someone left or whatever, but they essentially told me Tuesday that I was going to have to find a new provider, but if I wanted to get the temporary prescription filled, I needed to meet with their clinician, who is out in Houston. I am not in Houston, and I'm going to have to pay for that too. And I was just like, you can go fuck. Like, I didn't say it, but I was just like, so you're telling me what you guys told me you were going to do on Monday is now not going to happen? And now you're also telling me I have to pay for everything. The trip out there, the fucking visit, everything, all in a bid to just give me medication for 2 weeks to 30 days. And they were like, well, yeah. And I was like, okay, so you're just telling me essentially to get bent. So I said, fine, that's fine. I'll go without it. And you guys, I don't have to deal with you guys anymore. And so I just dropped it. My EMDR person was all like, are you sure you weren't doing a situation where you were cutting off your nose to spite your face? And I was like, no, because I was at a lose-lose. Yeah, I think anyone should be mad in this situation. So yesterday I had like a minor just moment where I melted down. I have a new person who I'm seeing in a couple weeks anyway, so that's gonna be good. Hey Tina, how are you doing? I got a new GP yesterday. I like her. She's a PA though, but they are very smarty pants too. That's fine though. That's fine. I think most people are in that category right now. Because I think the person I'm seeing is PA as well. One of the more persistent childhood memories I have, 1981, 1982, Central Illinois winter, getting picked up from school by my uncle. He drove an old pickup truck that smelled of gas and the hard, cold leather bench seats. Oh my God. Yeah, I remember those. My dad had a I believe it was a mid-80s Toyota that had a small back seat. It wasn't like a double cab. It was literally it was one of those things where, you were just small enough that you could sit back there, but you probably, if you were like maybe like a couple years older, your knees would be digging in the back of the seat. Thoughts on Abdul El Sayed winning? Seeing the Republicans freak out is about as funny. I think it's great. He was a better candidate than Haley Stevens. Haley Stevens being backed by AIPAC and having no platform whatsoever, just being like, trust me, I'm doing the things. And that voice, that fake fucking accent that she had was so rough, so bad. Ugh. Yeah, she was a Israel first candidate, and I'm glad. And Fox News and them focusing on people other than Abdul, and then lumping Abdul in with Hassan, saying that Abdul also said that 9/11, like we deserved 9/11, was wild shit, wild fucking shit. My PCP left the practice because it was taken over by United Healthcare. He told me before how awful they are. I have an appointment with a new doctor next week. Yeah, I don't know what was going on with mine. I have a sneaking suspicion that they left because they didn't like the policies that were going on behind the scenes. I can tell just by how I interact with them. They don't really give a shit about the patients. I kind of liked her because she was very straight to the point and was willing to get in and out of the session if I needed to like go. Most people wanted to like keep you there and hold you hostage, being like, so tell me more. And it's like, I don't have anything else to tell you. Let's see. I haven't seen a doctor since I needed emergency gallbladder removal. Okay. I went to my general nurse practitioner 6 years ago and got told I was purged from the patient list because I hadn't been in 3 years. It's really hard to get actually someone that's not a nurse, general nurse practitioner right now. I was trying to find a new just GP in general, and the person I was seeing was a nurse practitioner, and they were really sweet, really nice, but they left, and I have not looked for a new doctor. Rode in the bed from Lake Pulaski into town every weekend, weather permitting. I remember getting in the back of trucks as well. Ooh. Man, I haven't had my goal. You know, that's like I think the next thing that's going to come out of me is my gallbladder at some point. I haven't had any issues with it, but knowing my luck, it's anytime someone starts talking about a body part being removed or having to get surgery of some sort, I start having issues with those things. Still paying $10K a year for insurance though. Yeah, I mean insurance is crazy right now, and especially if you're paying out of pocket. It's nuts. You had your gallbladder out in 2023, so damn. And Ben, you got yours done in April of this year. Nice. How do you feel after it? My concern is if I ever do have to go through that, I can't eat spicy food. Is that right? The big thing. My one thing. My son had his taken out. Weird coinky dinks. It's almost like we don't eat gallbladder. I mean, I think we do. I think there's certain things it does, but you can live without it. Just like we don't need the appendix, you know. All right, let's see. I think I'm going to finish up the Channel 5 thing right after it. You're bloated and had yours out in 1990. Start stabbing pain for a week or two. I mean, that makes sense. That doesn't sound abnormal. All right.
Oh, filling out a form there? You know, you actually have to work before you get unemployment.
Woke up with one morning, went to the emergency room. They gave me morphine.
Filling out the
then
paperwork
scanned me,
for this
found
2-week
3
writing
centimeters
program I got
stone.
into.
Was transferred to
Which I will not be paying for.
Let's not make any decisions about that just yet.
Someone, like this guy, I think, was in the room with Chad and was all like, I'm going to pick up some Chad mannerisms. I think they all the actors sat down with each person they were supposed to be replicating. And like, let's pull some things. This show, I've never watched it ever. Oh, we've been watching it in small chunks because it's really hard to watch. It's really hard to watch. It's bad. Except
bad whenever I...
It's bad. It's real bad. We were way ahead. Having gallstone pain since February and I shrugged it off. Wasn't until I got jaundice I took it seriously. Yeah. It creates bile, which helps you digest fats. Normally, it hangs out in the bladder and then gets pumped into your tract when you eat. Yeah. What's the name of the show again? Southern Discomfort. It's bad. It's rough. you eventually adjust. Yeah, I've heard that it's really not too difficult. You just have to kind of watch what you eat. Also, what do I need to do to get a show about my family on TV? I had it on the tip of my tongue, and I went, you know what? Probably don't want to say that out loud. I think Chad got super duper lucky, and look, I think he knows some people. Like he's one of those guys I think who gets in good with a few people and can push things through. I also think he's got really, 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 really good representation as well. Oh, the Andy survivors. Have you watched Society of the Snow? I have not, but I'm pretty familiar with the movie, which was Alive. Is that right? Can't remember. The soccer team, right, that lives after the plane crash. Man, that story is wild. So it's not spicy foods you got to watch. It's fatty foods. Okay. See, that's my problem, though. I eat a lot of fatty foods. Yeah, shitty fatty diet will make you develop gallstones. Alive, yeah. What I thought. I was like, yeah, I've seen it. I saw that when I was a kid. I think we're up.
Skins came turn of the last century.
Yeah.
Italians came in the 1860s.
Yeah.
Irish came in the early 1900s.
Okay, so maybe you wouldn't care about something that is like grossly offensive just on the face of it and think that, oh, why can't people just believe that that's funny? But you got to understand it's from the perspective of somebody that has that trauma, and I think that there is such a thing as generational trauma.
So the bile in my gallbladder was staying in the bladder too long and crystallizing. Damn.
And those stories are passed down generation to generation. When you say something like that, they completely shut off. They can't hear another thing that you're saying about this cultural disconnect, about losing communities, about the feeling of.
Okay, sorry. Dogs are like screaming downstairs. I don't know what's going on. It's because it's going longer between meals. 100% agree with Hunter.
Being left.
Here's the thing about Hunter Biden in this interview in particular. I've watched a couple pieces of it. He is correct, like 99.9% of the time. I just don't think you can. I don't think you can reason with someone like Nick Fuentes at all. You just can't. It's a losing battle because first of all, I think he's bullshitting. I think Nick Fuentes is a full on just fucking grifter, and so this is all an act. And so he's just leaning into the con. I also just don't think this conversation really goes anywhere other than just like trying to prove a point. Going on with Nate from Valhalla VFT this week. Oh, Hunter is not Nick, right?
Out or left behind in a world in which there are no longer is this sense of community. All the other things that you say, everybody else is left, and what you do pick up. You pick up the ones that hear the dog whistle. You pick up the ones that say, yeah, that's the way that I feel, because it's radical. It's like he's willing to say the thing that nobody else will say in this environment. And then
Hunter's a guest, mystery guest. He says, oh, okay. You said, what was it? What was coming on in an hour, right? God, I saw it just earlier. Oh, Baron Coleman is on in an hour.
You get an enormous amount of niche, but love from that. And I don't. But
you should encourage them to talk to TNC. Baron is freaking awesome. We can check it out. I'm like I said, I've watched parts of this over the last I think couple of weeks, and I'm like, It's a nice conversation. Don't get me wrong, but it's Nick Fuentes, and Hunter has mentioned TNC twice now. By the way, the new video I'm doing, I might piss off a good portion of the community because I'm going to start pulling, basically doing pull quotes from comments, in this video, and it is probably I've started working on it last night. I was just like, this is gonna probably either A, get me a lot of side eyes, or people are gonna be like, you've proven a point. Hunter's interview with Don Lemon was good. Yeah, I heard it was good. Here's the thing. I am like, when it comes to like Don Lemon and those guys, I have like this like thing where I sometimes like what Don Lemon does, and then sometimes I'm like, Don Lemon is a shill. I think after he left CNN, I've been a little bit more kind to him, because when he was on CNN, I was just like, there's something wrong. He's on Dak Shepard's pod too. You know, I have never listened to that podcast, but I've heard like good things and I've heard bad things about the podcast.
But I just don't believe that you believe that. I don't believe that you think that it was appropriate for you to say something like that. I don't think you believe that it's appropriate to say women shouldn't vote.
Let's give Nick a second to respond to the first thing.
I know, I talk constantly. That's how I do this.
It's all good. It's all good.
I apologize.
I get it, and I understand that perspective, and it is offensive, and it is provocative, and that's sort of what makes it funny. I mean, what we would say in our generation is edgelording. We're being edgy. We're being provocative. And I think that it is that kind of overbearing sense for our entire...
You know, that's the thing I've been trying to also say, is that the edgelord mentality has been around for, I would say, since like the late 90s. And, you know, it's kind of like coming full circle, where people are kind of picking up that whole kind of mentality, that mantle, and being like, hey, I want to say outrageous shit. I may not believe it, but I want to be able to say it, and I want no repercussions to saying it. And, you know, I used to be that person I used to say things like, well, it's only words. It's only these things. It's only that thing. The reality is that there is intent behind those words, and you do have to monitor how you use them and how you're saying those things. Like, you know, there's no reason anyone should be using slurs. Like, in my personal opinion, no reason. You can be edgy. I don't give a shit. You can say whatever you want to say in terms of just being, you know, ridiculous. But if there's intent behind those words and you're using those words, you have to monitor how you're talking to people. I don't watch as much Don Lemon as I did when he started his YouTube channel. The thing about Don Lemon is that I think he was very much on the pushing the status quo thing when he was on CNN. Then when he got fired, I think he got fired, right? When he got fired, he started to try to do the investigative journalism thing, which I was like, okay, cool. The whole situation with the church and getting arrested was like, it was fascinating to see how he reacted to it, but it felt like a publicity stunt in a weird way. I have like a negative outlook on people who move from being public figures or anchors into being independent journalists. And, you know, it always feels like there's a gotcha. Cuomo, that guy. He went from being a full-on, quote-unquote, like anti-Trump, you know, far-left person on, I believe, MSNBC. And then when he got fired, he became, I'm in the middle. And I was just like, what the fuck is going on here? And then I realized it was because his brother was running, and him and his brother are like two peas in a pod. They're both helping each other out. And, you know, this is one of the reasons why I don't like Adam Mockler. News Nation shills. Yeah. Adam Mockler literally gets on his fucking hands and knees and gobbles fucking Cuomo's fucking nuts anytime he is around him. And I'm like, can you just fucking have an original thought? Can you be your own person? Can you critique these individuals that you're talking to? You went from UFO topic over there. That was funny as fuck. It's that thing though, where I'm like no one has any sort of, especially those guys have no substance to them. I only use the Gen X R word against the MAGA Rs. I have a hard time sometimes forgetting that word is not in my vocabulary. I use the word randomly, and it comes out when I'm frustrated. It comes out whenever I'm like really, really, really being pushed into a situation where I'm like, I have to like tell someone like you need to stop. But that's the thing is though, is like that has gone from being a word that I used on the regular to being a word I use maybe 0.0001% of the time that I'm alive. And it's usually only when I'm frustrated. I think UAP is a code for underage people to distraction pods and tweets and videos per government. I ordinarily don't use it at all. I try not to. Even when I'm like on stream, like there was like one time, I think like a couple years ago, I accidentally used it. And I was just taken aback by something that was happening on screen. That I felt guilty for like a week or two. But I've kind of like calmed down on it because here's the thing. I kind of recognize like I'm not this person who is going to like really chastise myself for accidentally slipping up and saying a word like that. I was called it my entire like childhood. It is what it is, you know. It's just kind of baked into the lexicon, you know. I've fallen back to using the Ferris Bueller line. Where's your brain? That is actually, I think I fall on. Are you okay? Like, I fall on. Is everything okay there? Like, you know, that's where I go to. But yeah, where's your brain is probably better. Or I think there's something wrong with you mentally. What is happening is typically where I kind of also fall as well. But I won't lie. I mean, I think if you're, you know, especially if you grew up in the 80s, 90s, and even 2000s, it is one of those things that was just so embedded in our lexicon as people that it is really hard to kind of scrub some of that stuff out. It's just like the FA word, you know, like that was so ingrained in everything. And you know, that is an easier word for me to like scrub completely. But yeah. Meaning semantics, dumb, slow, R word. The word shifts, but the meaning is the same, so I don't get puckered about words. Yeah, I don't either. I've been around people who police words, and I'm like, it's tough because you're just like, look, you know, my intention is not to be that person. Like, I'm not trying to hurt anyone's feelings or anything like that. Yeah, if we ban one word, we'll just use another. So yeah, I don't know. I am all for people, you know, like if you slip up and say something, I don't care. You know, it happens. The 3-letter F word lost all sexual orientation meaning. South Park Biker episode does a decent job of explaining it. I agree with you on that one. That is still a word that if it comes out of your mouth, you know, the only people who are not bothered by it are literally, I think, like gay men for some reason are, you know, they're like, say it, honey. It's like, oh God. Yeah, I think it's not worth using anymore, but it's still, yeah, exactly. Aaron says, son of a biscuit. So does that make biscuit now a swear? I mean, to someone out there, there's some white bread Catholic individual who's like, that is a swear word in our house, honey. We don't swear on anything, especially biscuits. I say Jesus fucking Christ. I say fucking Jesus fucking Christ all the goddamn time. I have no qualms with saying I have no qualms with saying it. Or for replacement shit or fuck. Those are a couple words that will never be worked out of my own vocabulary. Ditto. And here's the thing, anytime someone says like, why are you cussing? It's like, you know, it's a joke, but typically I use the, cussing is a sign of intelligence, right? The last straw for me on Facebook was over word policing. I went to my eye appointment, took a selfie, and posted with a caption, "Getting my peepers poked." And wait, people lost their minds. I was like, okay, people, I'm done here. Wait, why did they? Wait, what? My dad thinks cunt is an ugly word, but he'll happily say the N word. Oh my god. Dude, cunt is a fucking glorious word. Cunt is one of those words that I'm like, I think we should use it more often. Just fucking being like, man, these people are being giant cunts. Cunt is my fave. I almost got into a physical altercation in my 20s over the word cunt. My dad is just not serving cunt, and he's not. Yeah, I was playing beer pong at a frat party. I don't know why I was at a frat party. And I bounced a ping pong ball, and you're supposed to announce rules when you're playing fucking beer pong. This bitch slapped the fucking ball, and she's like, "You bounced it, so slap." I was like, "Bitch, please." I said, "Why are you being such a fucking cunt?" And every dude in the room and her went, "I can't believe you called me that." I'm like, "Bitch, get the fuck out of here." Alliterative peas? Wait, I don't have no idea what you guys are talking about. Well, because apparently alliteration suggested a scenario that could be triggering. Wait, what? I'm confused. That is crazy. I then made a joke about how I was never told to lose weight because of my eye exam results. Then someone corrected me. Okay, someone has to explain to me. I'm trying to figure out why it's triggering. That's what I'm trying to. That's what I'm trying to figure out too. And then I said optician when I should have said ophthalmologist or optometrist. And some third asshole had to correct me. Yeah, these people are just fucking douchebags, it sounds like. Yeah. Poking peepers is a weird one to be triggered over. I don't know. That's crazy. The posting on like Facebook had given me a complex where I read things like 5 or 6 times now because there's always someone being like, yeah. Poked was problematic. People fucking need to grow the fuck up. Poked? Okay. That's fucking silly. These people are dumb. I would have blocked them immediately, being like, "For real? Okay. Have fun in the fucking Phantom Zone, bro." Like, dude, I don't talk about politics on my Facebook and didn't think I was saying anything controversial. No. Those people are just being fucking either A, they're just being an asshole to be an asshole, or B, they're just an asshole. Like, they're just straight up like, I'm just trying to make sure that my space is a safe space. Anytime I hear the word punked, I fall down a rabbit hole of losing my mind. 3 different people jumped on my ass independently for 3 different things. Yeah, fuck them. Fuck them.
Provocative. And I think that it is that kind of overbearing sense for our entire...
Nick, I'm the king of edgelord.
Well, and
he, you know what? He's got him there. This motherfucker fell asleep with a goddamn crack pipe.
in a certain way.
Let's let Nick explain.
Oh my god, I never saw that last picture. Holy shit.
I know.
The psychology.
You know,
behind
it's that
edgelord.
overbearingness that my generation's had our entire lives. That's not appropriate. That's
At one point I was asked to not talk about my weight loss because it was triggering. The only way, okay, in my head, the only way in my brain that would be triggering if you were going, I can't believe I didn't lose a weight sooner. If you're overweight, why are you waiting? Lose weight now. Like that would be triggering. But if you're like, hey, I feel so much better now that I've gone through X, Y, and Z. That's a different story. I took my friend list from 650 to 0. I haven't even posted on Facebook in a bit. I feel I was gonna do something today where I'm be like, hey, I was gonna talk about the channel and shit like that. But then I was just like, who am I sending this out to? To people who don't give a shit about what I post? Like, fuck it, I won't post it. Voting that many words reduces vocabulary into the 1984 double plus good territory. Yeah, I agree. Speaking of which, I think that's going to be my next video after I finish this small video. I'm going to go into the rabbit hole of talking about MAGA cults, and I'm going to also, I think, work on the APAC video next week. I started doing testing for the green screen in there because I'm going to be on camera. I have another room back here where I do some filming for other stuff, and I'm going to probably be doing the it's called at the moment, so you're in a cult. It's going to be using Mary Lou as the basis for MAGA as a kind of like she's going to be the representation of MAGA in the video. In 1984 is a piece of that puzzle. I actually need to go through and I think I ripped 1984. I bought the 4K that I had to get it from Japan of all places. I'll be using some of that footage in this video after this one. I've got like three videos planned. 2 are just basic editing videos, and actually no, 4. And then 2 are like talking head videos, kind of. So I was posting progress of my weight loss, posting my weigh-ins. I don't see anything wrong with that. And if someone is bothered by that, they need to ask the question of, why am I bothered by this? Like, what is it? I'd gone from 285 to 225. That is something to celebrate. 100%. 100%. Anyone who is going to sit there and look down on you for that, my goal weight is 195. I think that's great, honestly. And I think anyone who is going to piss on your parade, not even a Barbie weight, no. Like Barbie weight to me is like 120, and that is not even healthy for most people. Maybe even lower. The people who go for those weights, I have to ask the question of like, are you okay? It's like Ariana Grande level, like, what is happening? Like, do you really need to hit that weight because that doesn't look very healthy?
It's not funny. Think of the trauma. That's racist. That's white supremacist. That makes it funny. That makes it different, interesting. And let me grant, by the way, I think that now, and this is maybe a concession towards you, now that my kind of humor has become
5'8" and muscular, but not cut. I'm like 5'9", so I get it. Like my current weight, I think I weighed myself the other day and it was like 182. Now my like quote unquote like weight that I'm supposed to be at is like 160 is what they've told me. I don't feel like I look good at 160. Yeah, I agree. I look absolute shit under 170. Yeah, I was doing a basically, God, was it the paleo diet for a little bit, and I lost a shit ton of weight. I got to like 159. And I was also working out at the same time too, so it turned into when I looked at myself, I was like, oh yeah, I'm really thin now. And then I was like, wait, but I'm like really, really thin. I don't look right. I prefer kind of being in the range that I'm in right now. But yeah, I fucking looked disgusting under, I would say 165, 160.
mainstream and popular. I don't even think that that's fun.
At 215, I was a size 12 in jeans. Nice. That's not bad.
funny anymore. People do the edgelording thing. It's become so
Size 14.
commonplace and
that's
so
not bad.
tired. I don't think it's that funny or impressive. That's a big
bad at
part of
all.
why I kind of moved past it, because 10 years ago, it was treated like sacrilegious. And there's something funny about the fact that you could say,
Like my waist size right now is, I want to say like 34. Which, not bad. I hit at one point in time because I was hitting the 210s. I hit like 40. But now it's I'm in a range where I feel okay. Like I said, I would still like to lose a little bit more weight, but I also need to start doing like weight training again.
a word or make a joke and make people lose their minds and freak out. And it was like an international incident if you said the wrong thing. And I think that's what made it tempting, especially for a young person. You want to rebel. You want to be defiant. You want to be a little revolutionary.
I mean, that makes sense though, gaining weight after surgery. So I wouldn't beat myself up over that.
Or something. Now, as time has gone on, I think that's become a fad. Everybody does it. It's lost its power. And I think that, by the way, part of why we're getting less of it is because instead of getting the preachy lecture from the left saying that's not appropriate, people just roll their eyes. Now, when an edgy white person says the N-word, people roll their eyes and go, really? You know, that joke again? People.
I did too. Yeah. I mean, I think after surgery, everyone kind of like dips back into it, but like you're trying to get better. You have to like get in like sustenance and things like that, and you're not moving around. So it happens. Hey, what's up, Ginger? It's been 3 years since surgery, so it's not that bad. I've just been too depressed, anxious to exercise because of the stress of Trump. If I can ever say anything about Trump, is there are more important things to worry about. And Trump is not I personally think this. I think Trump is not the problem. I think it's the administration and the people who brought him into power. I think it's Israel that's the problem. I think it's a whole bunch of shit surrounding Trump that's the problem. Because it's the people like Elon Musk. It is the billionaire class who allowed him to come to power. That is a big problem. Trump is an old motherfucker who... The reality is he doesn't even know where the fuck he's at, like 99.9% of the time. It's the people around him that are the major problem. It's that whole administration. It's the people who are surrounded, who are part of that Epstein class that are the big problem. I guess that is something to stress about. I'm worried about the financial fallout of Trump's destructive policies. It's happening. It's going to happen soon enough. Trump and friends are so comically incompetent, but still effective with enough support despite everything. That's what's really bizarre. Well, the thing what I always tell myself is this, Luke, is that the reason we're at where we're at is it's like a two-pronged thing. You have a country like Israel that has a shit ton of money and a lot of operatives who have a lot of fucking dirt on people who are basically pushing buttons being like, if you don't do what we're asking, you don't provide us with more money, we were going to leak this shit. I firmly believe that Epstein was working really close with Israel and was gathering a shit ton of dirt on everybody. I think that's the real reason why, if Epstein is dead, that is why he's dead, is because he knew too much. Not because of him being a pedophile. I think it's because he knew so fucking much. The other thing is that we also are in late stage capitalism, and if you've ever worked with a corporation or dealt with any sort of higher up in any sort of executive, they are the most incompetent people. They hire their friends, but the reason they hire people like that is because they know them and they can manipulate the situation. They can also throw them under the bus because they know them. I worked around people like that who on the daily had terrible, terrible decisions. And when things went wrong, they had a scapegoat. They had one person they can just dump everything on because it can be like this. Oh, yep. I didn't do it. They did it. Fire them. Hey, we'll give you a good severance pack. pay you multiple millions of dollars to just not say a goddamn thing. That's not to worry about it too much. Just make fun of it and do what you can in real life to give back and do something productive. I agree with you, Luke. I don't know about you, Cherish and Tina, but my weight gain after surgery was slightly because I was excited to have solid foods again after the hospital would change my diet every day. Damn. Liquid to IV to solids in the circle. I'm just stressed the fuck out about being able to retire in France in 5 years. It's possible our money situation changes because of Trump. That makes that impossible. Spouse came home Tuesday stressed about losing his job. Apparently there are rumblings. I am firmly in the category right now of thinking that a lot of the stuff that we're currently seeing, like these numbers in the market, like, I mean, if you look at any of the stock market numbers right now, everything's kind of dipping. I feel like everything's been propped up pretty high, and there's been a lot of misdirection. I think we're going to see something pretty terrible happen within the next like 4 to 6 months, maybe sooner. 53 and does 3D animation, an industry that AI is swallowing. Here's Cherish. Here's the funny fucking thing about AI right now is that is going to be the thing that is going to collapse. I think it's already kind of showing that it's collapsing. When there's $50 billion of profit on a 2.7 trillion-dollar investment, yeah, it can't work. Like you can't claim that's a success because it's not. So we know what we have and what we don't. We want to move in 5 to 6 years. So if he loses his job now, he'll not be hired anywhere comparable. It's Kansas City after all. It's KC after all. Is that Kansas City? But yeah, the thing is, we're looking at like if you look at the Korean markets right now, the Korean market like collapsed, and it's because most of their stock market was built around AI and technology. Kansas City, gotcha. I think there is a silver lining to all of the AI stuff, especially for people who are in that type of industry. I'm fairly certain that if AI does collapse, they're going to need people. I don't get how they've convinced anything legitimate to part with that much money for what anybody will tell you is digital snake oil. It's digital snake oil. I firmly believe that the only good thing about AI is the fact that it could be used as a way to aggregate data, and that's it. Nothing else, and maybe even coding to a small extent. 'Cause that's the tedious stuff, right? That is where we should be using it. Everything else, no. It should be dumped. It should be swept under the rug. It should not be even worth viewing, right? Our house is worth what it is, and is a big part of our assets. We'll need to move to France again. If the housing market makes our house worth less, we're cooked. So many imponderables and moving parts in this 5-year plan. I think, I don't know. I'm of the mindset you have to take every day, one day at a time, especially this administration and the last, I would say, like 10 years of the United States, because it feels like everything is a facade, you know. Amalgamized Reddit shit posting is what trained it allegedly, because it did. I mean, it basically told the internet to scrape the internet, and you know what the internet is? The internet is mainly shit posting. It's mainly shit posting. And Trump does nothing but pull the Jenga plugs on the bottom of the tower. I mean, if you had no scruples with making money, there are many places that can give you insight into what is going on if you want to try and like use some of that speculation to make money. I mean, it seems like that's what Trump and their team is kind of doing, even though they're market manipulators at this point. They're the ones who are manipulating the market to make a shit ton of money. I told the story like at the beginning of the big like crypto boom. I was working in the IT industry at the time, and I stumbled across a group of people who, after digging, I found out were manipulating the market themselves. And so they had a Discord group where they would just throw out like, "Hey, we're going to pump this coin," and I did not know what was going on until I joined the group, and I immediately left it. Immediately fucking left it because I was like, I don't want to be a part of this because these people are actively just throwing out that they're committing insider trading. And then I kind of watched some of the stuff that they had thrown out when I first was in there, and yeah, they pumped it and then they dumped it. Discord group, yeah, it's wild. So there's a lot of people out there doing shit like that right now. They've been doing it for a while. I mean, right now it is kind of like spread across like a couple of different industries as well. There's an industry that I kind of like dabble in just because I enjoy collecting trading cards. But yeah, like the people who do like Pokemon scalping and shit like that, they have fucking groups where they're all in on trying to get as much product as they can. They split it amongst each other, and they're trying to get it for under cost, and then they try to double, triple, quadruple what they're making, or they paid. Sorry. Anybody talking that loose can't be trusted to not get caught, regardless of how much you could steal. Too dangerous. I agree. That's also why I was just like, I cannot be here because I feel like I could be dragged in front of a federal court. Just read. I literally read through like a week's worth of chatter, and I went, "This is bad. Like this is fucking awful." I told my dad about it, and he's like, "I would have done it." I'm like, "That's where me and you are fucking different people, like completely fucking different people."
Here, someone wears a Nazi costume, makes a Holocaust joke. People go, "Really? That joke again?" It's not impressive. It's not funny anymore.
You know what? So what Nick is saying, I am so desensitized to Holocaust jokes and Hitler jokes because I grew up in the 90s. In the 2000s, dead baby jokes were a thing too. And the funny thing is, I was very open about saying that, like my family, we were raised around Jewish people. We did Jewish traditions. I didn't identify necessarily as Jewish as I got older. But the moment you said that, I would get the Holocaust, like how many, how did the Nazis transport 20 million Jews, and you'd be like, what? And then someone would be like, in their ashtrays, and you're like, oh, fucking great, cool, neat, oh, bro. fun joke there, huh? Or the how cheaper Jews type jokes, like that was the shit that I was just like, fucking I'm desensitized to it because it's like I heard it all. Anytime someone says shit like that to me though, or has ever said anything, I'm just like, you're just a fucking corny motherfucker. You know that? You're just a fucking corny motherfucker.
We've seen it before. And ironically, that is what makes you get less of it when you disempower those things by not giving them this over-the-top reaction, pretending like it's
a joke BB would tell, because that is who Netanyahu is. Netanyahu, in my personal opinion, is not a, like, I know people are like, they like to equate, the whole entire quote unquote state of Israel as like a Jewish sort of haven. And in my personal opinion, they do not represent what Judaism is to me. If anything, it feels like they are, they feel evil is what it feels like. In the shit that that comes out of Netanyahu's mouth, I'm just like, how can you not see past this? Like, if he was my representation, like if I was in Israel or Israeli and I saw that, I'd be like, who is this fucking joker? I wouldn't even want to even interact with someone like that. I wouldn't even vote for someone like that. He's a corny fucking, like, fake. Like, he just feels fucking gross to, like, watch. Like, I just, anytime I see him, I'm like, ugh.
Some great travesty.
So you think the new counterculture is going to be woke again?
No, I think it's a synthesis.
A synthesis of post-edgelordism and wokeism?
Yes, because I think that wokeism
Sounds good
had
to
its
me.
excesses.
Yeah.
Edgelording also has its excesses. And I think now we're finding
I lived in military housing in Frankfurt, Germany. So didn't have those experiences in the 80s. It was until 2007, 2008 when I started gaming on Xbox, when I heard a lot of racist Jew stuff. The sad thing is, growing up in Texas, there is this thing, and this is why, like, I'm going to kind of bring it full circle to kind of like what what this channel kind of started on. It is what, when I watch The Necessary Conversation and I listen to how Mary Lou tries to, like, dance this, like, fine line of, like, I'm not racist, and it's like, you think you're not racist, but the things that come out of your mouth directly are in opposition of what you're saying. And that's how Texans and how people kind of in the area are, especially in suburbs. There is this lack of awareness in what comes out of people's mouths. And they think they're just being funny. And the reality is that no, what they're saying is absolutely fucking cringe and over the top, just bullshit. And they're just parroting what they heard, is essentially what it is. I'm not racist. I just feel like I'm superior based on biology and culture. Yeah, but that's the thing, is they're like, well, they would say things like, oh, I love Jews. I had I had a few people in my life. I'm not even going to single out one person. I had a few people in my life being like, I love Jews. Jesus was a Jew. Like, oh, okay, here we go. I always knew when I heard Jesus was a Jew that I was gonna get pitched something about religion, and it would either be, hey, have you ever thought about getting baptized so you don't burn in hell? Or would you like to join our church and be part of the Jews for Jesus? I was just like, huh? What the fuck does that mean? What the fuck does that mean? And apparently there's several people who are like, I'm Jewish, but I'm also Christian. So let me join your church. Let me get baptized. Let me do all these things. And I'm a Jew for Jesus now. Now I don't get to burn in hell. In my head, I always thought, like, if Jesus was this, like, all sort of, like, like, loving and caring person, forgiving individual, why would you force someone into changing their religions, their beliefs, for a chance to get into heaven? Isn't the concept behind Jesus being, hey, we should accept everybody and care and love for everybody? No. The Christians are like, no, hey, like, no, you're gonna burn in hell. You get to burn in hell now. Yeah, you get to eat whatever you want, even though they should be following, the Jewish laws, which is like, you're not to be poor, no shellfish, or shrimp, things like that. But they don't do that. They pick and choose what they want to do. Yeah, there's institutionalized social racism, unintentional racism, and covert racism, and then overt racism. Yeah. I don't know. I'm also someone to say this, though. My thought is, if you need a promise of heaven as an incentive to modify your behavior, you're innately a bad person. I agree with that too. That to me has always been the rub of everything, which was, why do I need to make a promise to get into some place? Why isn't it the value in my character that gets me into this quote unquote heaven? I subscribe to the idea that if there is a heaven, there's no such thing as hell. Because I identify with the concept that if hell is real, hell is now. Hell is what we're dealing with. Heaven is the end of suffering type of thing. Hey, I'll assume the position. No, you're good. You don't have to do anything. I'm not going to force you to. They don't know their own rules, let alone follow them when educated. Yeah, because Christianity is a bastardization of what it was supposed to be. I'm a firm believer in that. I think the Bible, or the concept behind the Bible, is literally just a guide on how to treat people. That is it. It's a morality sort of situation. It's not a quote unquote religion. It is a bunch of stories that are essentially Aesop fable related shit with religion tacked on top. These are usually the same folks who drag out the quote that you measure people by how they are when no one is watching them. They don't know their own rules until it's time to make one up. That is, I think, what it is at its core. They're just bullshitters. And they also like to turn text. Like, when you read the text, you're just like, okay, I can see where you're pulling this information from. But there's always another piece of text that you can just put out there that just directly contradicts it. It's like, maybe we shouldn't take something that has a bunch of conflicting text and then has a bunch of different translations and then try to make sense of it. Maybe we should just read it for what it is and then just move on. I don't know.
Finding a middle ground between saying the edgiest thing we can think of with no regard for anyone and saying everything is racist. If you say something, you should lose your job. We're finding a middle ground where, maybe it's tastefully offensive in small doses, less is more.
So it sounds like you believe in the survival of the American experiment.
Yeah, I really do. And listen, I don't think everything about wokeism was bad necessarily.
What's the best thing about wokeism?
I think that genuinely it has made people more respectful and empathetic. Because let's be honest, 20 years ago, let's say when I was growing
Also, no one likes to police what people say or wear or believe, like these freedom-loving, flag-waving Christian nationalists. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, they talk about woke. Like, look, we're discussing it's very on topic here. This whole kind of concept of woke, right? The Christian fundamentalists, these nationalists, were crying about the woke culture. And the reality is like the people who were part of this quote unquote woke culture were just trying to be like, hey, we need to like kind of look at how we're communicating and maybe dial back like the rhetoric and the anger and the animosity behind what is being said. And now these motherfuckers sit around all day being like, well, why are they doing that? Why are they doing that? They've turned into like, they've draped themselves in this concept of being these freedom, flag loving patriot. But the reality is that they're fascists. They want to control what people do behind closed doors. They want to control how people live their lives. They want to tell people how to live their lives. And in my personal opinion, that to me is fascism. That is a fascist sort of idea. You don't conform to what I want or what I need. Why is he sitting like that? Scoliosis or just poor posture? Probably both. But yeah, no, the thing is like they want everyone to conform. They're basically saying that the woke people were like, hey, they're trying to make us accept them, but we don't accept that. We want to live how we want to live. And now they're doing the exact same fucking thing. They're doing exactly what they criticize the woke side of people, but like this woke side of quote unquote woke side of culture for doing. And I'll be very honest with you. Like, there's certain things about the, people who were in that category being like, part of that woke sort of like movement that did no one any favors. I think they went a little too heavy. I think the demonizing people for certain things really radicalized the far right, because they're like, look, they're telling us we're evil and mean, when we should have, like, everyone should have come at it from the angle of like, hey, look, don't tell me how to live and I'm not going to tell you how to live. was meant to make that comment on that. It's mostly poor posture, an ill-fitting suit, in a micro suede chair. It's probably more that, yeah. They want to tell others how to live, do as they say, not as I do. Yeah. It looks like he wants to appear engaging, but he doesn't know how to do it right. The problem is that the chair is at an angle, and so he has to lean forward. Yeah. The shoulder enhancing padding in the suits are at least 3 inches off his shoulders. By the way, that was my least favorite thing about wearing suit jackets, because you used to have to wear a lot of suit jackets when I was working in IT. Half the suit jackets, anytime I bought a new suit, it was either a crapshoot that I would get something that would have like shoulder pads in it. I was just like, I don't fucking need shoulder pads. Or I would get no shoulder pads and the suit would fit fine. Anytime I got one of these suits, I always felt like they were all like my shoulder pad, like my shoulders were up here. I fucking hated them. I still have a few downstairs. I'll try and wear one day. Boys scary, and he has a mic on. He can sit back and still be heard. True.
Growing up, I think there was a lot of cruelty, and I think there were some hateful attitudes.
It's so weird hearing him say this, by the way, because he is a offender. If you have shoulders, you shouldn't need shoulder pads. I agree. But the problem is like it depends on like the cut of the suit. It is part of the problem with buying suits. Yeah, for masculinity. Yeah.
And I think as time has gone on, this younger generation, they may not be even left-wing. They may not be what you'd consider woke, but I think they are respectful of people that have different ideas or, a different way of life or from a different culture. We make jokes all the time about the fact that I'm like a far-right guy and I'm Mexican. People say I'm a white supremacist, I'm Mexican. And people make a joke that a lot of far-right people are Hispanic. And I think that's a consequence that there's very little genuine racial hatred.
Well, okay. I read something a while back talking about like why there's so many Latinos part of the Republican Party, and it has something to do with the fact that there is I guess the concept behind masculinity is driven really, really hard in the quote unquote conservative side of things, and so a lot of Hispanic or Latinos are more compelled to join this machismo-esque side of politics, which I will admit, like there is this like if you're not a real man, if you're not a Republican, you're not a real man type thought process. So yeah, as a female, I don't see that as masculinity. I see that as not spending money on a tailor. I agree with that too, because the suits that I got tailored look really nice, and the suits that I didn't get tailored. Yeah, men perform masculinity for other men, not women. That is also true. In the 80s, shoulder pads were fashionable for women. I had a lot of blouses and jackets with shoulder pads. The funny thing is, Tina, they never really disappeared. They just kind of moved over to men's like suit jackets. And they're not near, like the ones that I have are not nearly as egregious as the ones that Nick is wearing right here. They're there. Yeah, they were a huge deal. I mean, I watch a lot of 80s films. It's all over the place. Power suits were a thing.
In anybody's DNA anymore, or any kind of hatred. And I think that's positive, but that went too far. I think some of the other stuff went too far as well.
One of these strange things about sitting in a room with these two is that they agree on almost nothing, but they've both lived the same nightmare. Hunter had a laptop turned.
I will be very honest with you. I feel like they're talking at each other, like don't get me wrong, but I feel like they're kind of agreeing in a weird way. I don't know. Fuentes talks like a guy who never got smacked in the mouth. No, he's never gotten smacked in the mouth. Yeah, I also think that it's a con as well. I don't think he believes any of the shit he's saying. That's why he's backtracking, being like, I think there was a lot of problems. I think there was a lot of bad things going on. I can see why people are being woke. That's why he's saying that shit. I think quite as masculine as doing what the Republican Party tells you to do all day, every day. I mean, that is the fucking funny thing is that deep down to its core, the Republican Party is just the cuck party. They like to pretend like they're these masculine dudes, but behind closed doors, they want to be told and they want to be fucking degraded. And it's a weird fucking sort of dynamic. I don't get it. I think that's why you see a lot of these guys, like you hear a lot of these guys, they join, they have, BDSM fantasies and shit like that. A lot of these guys are in the closet and they do, like when they go out on trips, they're using Grinder, that type of shit. Does man bring women in suits? They look sleek as fuck. They do. Agree. The whole alpha male, broad shoulders, square line thing isn't reproduced more absurdly than in the costume design of the Romulan uniforms in TNG era of Star Trek. I was also thinking American Psycho as well. It's the cult member thing. The leader fucks all their wives. Dominatrix makes good money off conservatives. They do. Women in men's suits serve more cunt than men. I agree with that.
Turned into a decade of strangers picking through his texts, his private photos, his voice memo, and even his bank records. Whereas Nick has been doxxed, swatted, had his DMs leaked probably more times than he can count, and more shenanigans. Different politics, but kind of same experience. Somebody somewhere decided that their personal information no. Currently, there are over 420 you pay, exposed and looking okay, but and honestly, every spam that you do before they call 1 billion. And we're some, but guess what? Number, address. So, most people don't sign up and send independent live round and family member removal go off.
From high school.
Can you do a little bit?
I was like, hey, is this an ad? Yeah, it's an ad.
Un poco.
Okay,
I don't speak it from my.
I don't even understand that comment to agree or disagree. Thank you for. I look. I like Andrew. I thought you started playing an ad, and I went to try and skip it. No, if I'm streaming, if it's live, there's not going to be an ad being played. I just can't do it. I would feel awful if people are like, man, the fuck. There's also no way of like setting up a membership just for the channel, so that you can do ad free viewing. If you have a channel membership set up on YouTube, that is, ads are still gonna play. So I'm just like, I'm not gonna fucking deal with that shit. Sorry.
My dad, so.
Did you grow up like around a lot of Mexicans?
No.
I'm playing Sims while watching. Sorry, I forgot this. No, you're good. You're good.
Well, all white people for the most part.
Did they know you were Mexican?
Why is there a bed in the background? It is a real room. They're in a hotel room. Just the abrupt change to that. I was like, ew, ad. Yeah, they're in a hotel room. It's a fairly large hotel room, too.
They did. And I'm not going to lie. I mean, people made fun of me for that.
What'd they say?
Well, like, for example, one time when I was in Model UN, I was entering high school as a freshman. They looked at my name on the roster without knowing me. And they told me this after the fact, the leadership of the club. They said, oh, we thought you were just some Mexican kid, so we gave you a bad.
I will pay for the opportunity. You're talking about like skipping ads?
Committee assignment.
Or what?
Wow.
But see, I heard that and I laughed. I said, that's funny. Whereas a lot of people would say, oh, that's traumatic. I'm a victim of racism. I think that's, it's just a human thing.
Yeah, I always felt like growing up as like a white kid in America.
What if you what if you were and identified as being Mexican and they came to you and they didn't tell you that's the reason that they gave you all the bad committee assignments?
That would be unfair.
I guarantee people make fun of him for more than that. Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, he's just a Weasley little guy. This guy's prepared stories in used car salesman's voice makes me wonder why anybody listens. Because people are gullible. I'm a firm believer that the majority of the people who enjoy Nick enjoy him because he is basically screaming at them and basically providing an echo chamber for them. That's why people like Mary Lou watch half the shit she watches, is because it's an echo chamber thing. You're telling me what I want to hear. You're telling me exactly what I need to know. I want to hear just this one thing, and I want you to reassure me that, yeah, I'm not a bad person. I want you to tell me that. And this is what these people provide these people. It is a it is a masturbatory thing, is what I would say. These people are looking for an answer, and the answer is you're gonna have to like listen to. You're gonna have to hear it from this type of guy, right? who's a liar, who is a con man. But because he's saying the things that you believe and you want to hear, you're like, I accept it. That's what it is. They lack critical thinking. They lack any sort of wanting to use critical thinking skills. Opamandani's balanced budget is a topic on Sunday. I hope so, but we'll see. That's part of one of the videos I am planning on doing, is the deja vu-esque nature of the show now. It feels like the topics are being repeated and there is a lack of prep going into necessary conversation. And me as a viewer, I'm like, I get very, 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 very fucking bored now watching it. I'd rather talk to you guys than watch it. I just feel like I hear the same fucking talking points every episode. And she's not getting better. She's not getting worse, I guess. I don't know. I feel like just combing through footage over the last day, I just was like, ugh. Like, there's nothing redeemable about her right now. At all. I listen because he gives me muscle twitches in my arms and shoulders that help me burn calories. I think his followers are nerdy losers who are socially awkward. I think there is a segment of his community that are part of the incel crowd, and it's an echo chamber thing as well. They want to basically hear from someone who is parroting their beliefs, their ideas, on why women should be subservient. They should just like us no matter who we are or what we are, because women have to be subservient. These are the type of shit that like Nick says that gets the incel crowd to be like, yeah. Mary Lou predicted New York would fall when he was elected, then got called out on it when her claim that rich people would leave New York over his policies. So I'm curious what she'll say to the budget. Well, she just will be like, I didn't know anything about it. She'll just ignore it. I was going to say incels, but didn't want to be all hip and shit. No, incels is not even a hip thing to say anymore. It is a truthful fucking it is a truthful label to what the people who watch Nick Shirley are. They're incels. The hip and, I guess the hip and shit sort of statement would be they're all fucking simps for Nipster, Nick Shirley. That would be TC repeats the same topics. The constant asking ML if she has denounced Trump. Yeah, that is the thing. Like, that is the angle of one of the videos I want to do. Is I want to have the dates, and I want to have them just basically just being people being peppered with them seeing Chad and Haley being like, "Will you denounce Trump? Will you denounce Trump?" To me, that is not helping her in any way. She's going to push back on that shit because she doesn't like being told what to do. You have to almost trick her into being like, I've reached this conclusion myself, because she's not going to reach the conclusion by being told to reach the conclusion. She's just not. I just want someone to tell ML that she's been wrong about most of her claims and is overdrawn on her social credibility line of credit. Crivens, you are in for a video next week, I think, that is going to... I said it earlier, I'm probably going to piss probably portion of the community off, because it's a very... I think it's going to be a very pointed look at the last few weeks, or last couple of months of the show, and then it is going to be kind of pointing out like, hey, like we're all sitting around trying to give her praise, but the reality is like she's not changed. She's changed the way that she communicates. She doesn't have Bob there as a brick wall anymore, right? She has to fully take the brunt of the, I'm not going to call it abuse. It's not abuse, but the verbal onslaught from her two children. She's obviously not enjoying the conversation because of her resistance to admitting Trump is a bad person who should never have held public office anywhere. Here's the thing. The reality is that you go back to 2023, 2024 with the show, and the shit that came out of her mouth was so fucking vile and fucking gross. Like everyone's all like, "Oh, Mary Lou's being controlled by Bob." No, no, no. Mary Lou, when Bob was like coherent, was just as vile and mean and ugly. Maybe even uglier than Bob was. At least Bob was like straightforward. Mary Lou is just disingenuous. That's what it is. Oh, it was vile. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The conversation does. I mean, to me, it does feel they're beating a dead horse. That's why I don't want to call it abusive, because the reality is, like, can I really call them wanting their mother to change abuse? I think the way it's communicated is rough. It's tough to listen to sometimes. But I also know the feeling of having a parent who is essentially like, like probably was verbally. I don't know if they were physically abusive. I mean, they say they were hit. Um, you want to kind of like give them a little bit of their own medicine, you know? Just ask ML, why should we believe anything you say when you've been factually incorrect 98% of the time? She's not. It's actually probably higher. It's like 99% of the time. Like, I don't even think there's a point in time where she's been truly right, outside of maybe critiquing Biden and saying he slept. That's the 1%. The rest of it is basically trying to fucking lick the undercarriage of Trump, and saying how good of a job he's doing, even though he is infinitely worse than what Joe Biden was. Infinitely. I went back and watched episodes of ML. Episodes, and ML is worse than Bob because she hides herself now. Bob has never changed and knows he won't. I can at least respect that. ML is a snake. Yeah. Yeah. She's the snake in the grass. Bob is the boar that is like, I'm gonna fucking gore. He's the bull that is going to gore people, you know? Her overall disingenuousness is why it was hard for me to feel her tribute to Jules was 100% honest. Okay, I want to talk about that real quick because I left that episode. Joel, I'm late. Don't be mad at me. I'm not mad at you. I'm real mad. You can be. Hey, look, I'm just happy to have you guys here. If you're here hanging out with me, I take it as a win. If you got other things to do, I'm not gonna be mad at you. Here's the thing. I left that last episode that we watched, the Sunday one, going, if I was distraught, right? I was upset. I would have a hard time concentrating or even wanting to be on camera. I didn't see her get emotional until the end of it. Now, I'll always say this though: people have different weird ways of grieving. I'm guilty of that myself. I have weird ways of grieving as well. Things don't hit me until I'm kind of like faced with it, like face to face, and then that's when I start getting emotional. But I've also seen her do the same thing when it came to the kids who were killed in the drunk driving accident by the DACA recipient, where it was this kind of theatrical sort of like, you know. But I don't know. I don't know what's in Mary Lou's heart when it comes to emotional stuff like that. I don't know, and so I have like a hard time like full on saying like, oh, I think it was fake. I don't know. I just don't. I just don't know. ML cried more when she gave the cat away. Yeah. 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 About it being suspicious, that stuck with me. Yeah, I mean, look, I think ML. There's so many things that you have to be suspicious about ML. Cujo, you said ML and Bob are basically the same person, with the exception of being she doesn't want people to know that she's racist, and Bob wears it like a badge of honor. Yeah, because Bob is comes from a place of being treated like shit, and so he looks at his defiance as the mask that he puts on to basically push through the day. He looks at it as a badge of honor to wear that mask. I think he hurts deep inside. but I'm not saying it to be mean. I did too. Yeah, I don't think anyone's saying anything to be mean. I'll be honest. I read something about Jules dying and thought it was somebody's pet. Totally shocked it was the girl who went on the show. Yeah. I don't think it was genuine either. It pisses me off, to be honest. Mad at you, Antifa. So crazy, devastating. Yeah. I'm not mad, just deeply disappointed. ML cried more when she gave the cat away. Yeah. Her tribute was to have people say how sorry they are for her loss. It was performative. I think the only time she's ever shown genuine emotion is when her dog passed. Even then, like, okay, I'll tell a story. The first video I put out on the channel that was Necessary Conversation related was someone essentially telling me they'll never show the video because I featured her dog that had passed away recently in it, and that there's no way they'll show it because, like, I think a couple weeks before that she was crying about the dog, and I didn't even think about it. I didn't even think about it. They showed the video to her. I kind of laughed because I think that person was like trying to rub it in my face, like it'll never get seen. They showed it to her. She didn't bat an eye at the dog being in that video. So I just kind of like, it might have been performative when she was crying about the dog. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's not something I would have ordinarily said out loud, but that's why I prefaced my comment on the last live that it felt like the parts of her tribute were for attention out loud. Yeah. I mean, I agree with that. Bob is a terrible person, but at least he has integrity. Let's put integrity in quotes. Sympathy seeking. Yeah. Dude, if you get involved in local politics, the drama is wild. I know it is. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I cried when she talked about the dog passing. I have a hard time losing pets. I will be very honest with you. I've talked about it in the past. I was raised with a parent who thought animals were disposable. It really fucked me up when it came to pets. I have healed quite a bit because now I look at my two dogs. We had two cats, but the dogs, when they go, I'm probably gonna be a mess. Like I'm gonna be a fucking. I the other day had a moment where we've been dealing with some medical stuff with Charlie, and in my head I'm like, man, this fucking dog. If once he passes, I'm gonna be a fucking wreck. I don't think I can get another pet like for a very, very long time. After he goes and Finley goes. And Igby is we're at a point with Igby where she's like 18. And she's shockingly she's shockingly thin. We had a pet sitter who's like, you're not feeding her enough? And we're like, that is not the problem. We feed her 6 times a day. She's not gaining weight because she has some issues with, I believe it's her kidney. And, we thought this was like a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. We thought she had maybe 6 months to live 2 years ago. I don't think she's going to pass away anytime soon. But I've mourned that cat for so fucking long. I feel bad for her in a way, but at the same time, she also is just plain in general too. I don't know, but I'm like, there's a part of me that's like, I look at her and I'm like, you're old. Like, just let us know when it's time. Like, we'll help you. Like, we'll do what we can. The dogs are the ones that I look at them and they're like, there's like no malice in them whatsoever. Like zero. I'm not gonna lie, I cried when she talked about dog passing. I get treated like I'm disposable, so I know how they feel. Yeah. I can't sleep properly without a dog in my house. This is live as my mental checkout of work and start checking the news. My dog died in 2009. I'm still not ready to get another. That is the thing. Like, I think we've talked about it. It's like once both the dogs pass and the cats pass, like we're probably going to take a break from getting animals. We've also talked about like possibly looking to move outside of the states at that point. It's something that has been on our mind. Be kind of nice too. The world needs less people and more dogs. I agree. I can't sleep properly without a dog in my house. Some people would call me a dog.
Yeah.
It's
That's
interesting.
the
I'm just
point.
saying.
That's the
Well,
whole point, isn't it?
and
so
I'm
you
not-
may find it funny because you pass as a white Anglo.
It's weird for a few weeks going to feed them, but they're gone. Yeah. I think the thing that we're worried about with the dogs, at least, is that the Finley and Charlie are essentially like they're bonded, and we think if Finley goes first, Charlie's gonna be wrecked. Finley might be okay. Finley is a normal dog. Like she is a just happy to be around people sort of dog. Charlie is bonded to Finley, and if she goes outside and he is inside, like it is a what is happening, where's she going type thing. It is a panic. Finley, on the other hand, is like, okay, Charlie's going to the vet. Cool. I've had a lengthy gap between my cat passing from cancer and the two kitties I have now. Yeah, for us, it is a rough conversation, because like Suzanne's even like when Charlie goes like I don't think I can go on living. I'm like I get it. We lost a dog in 2023 and then again in 2025. We got puppies soon after because we found that something of the other dog is past the puppies by the former dogs. Really, I know for us, we were more concerned like if we did get another dog after say like one of the dogs passed, we're then kind of tethered here to the state, so we're just like also don't want to put a dog through having to be like boarded for an extended period of time, especially if we did move out of the country. So we're just kind of like we're hesitant about doing anything like that too.
Oh, Christian.
Do you think I pass?
What?
Do you think I pass as a white Anglo-Christian?
Well, I not only think you
Yeah,
pass, I think you
yeah.
identify as it. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I think that is like it's a sweet thing. I know for us, like it is I don't know. It's one of those weird things where I don't want to like I would feel like I'm just not. I would not be mentally prepared to have that. Moving to Canada? No. I had a friend. Okay, I'll talk about it. We've looked at a few different places. Like we're looking at maybe the Netherlands. China was another place we were looking at. A friend of mine was like, "Do not move to China." His wife is from Taiwan, and I get why. Like, or not Taiwan. Sorry, Thailand. And I get why they're kind of like, "Don't do that." But at the same time, I just also know the cost of living in China is like infinitely like cheaper. It's like it's so cheap that it's crazy. Nope, I wouldn't. I've looked at I've done some math and I'm like I know someone who moved to Thailand this year. How do they feel about it? She's a vegetarian. I'm sure you never heard of her. After we lost River, Finn was the only dog for the first time, and he loved Gwen from day one. He was a good grandpa. That's sweet. I don't know. There's a few places. I mean, the dream place I would want to move to is Japan, but moving to Japan as a American is just it's difficult. It's difficult. You can get like a visa for like 6 months, unless you get a work visa. I would have to like apply for a work visa too. It would just be they like it, but they also work from home and they have an Asian spouse. So imagine a touch different. Yeah. My friend lived in Thailand for quite a bit, and I think he really enjoyed it. I think I don't want to speak for him because I just don't know. I've never really asked him, but it does feel like he kind of longs to kind of go back. He's a teacher and does a lot of foreign, I believe, deals with a lot of foreigners. Eh, with when it comes to teaching, and because of all of Trump's new immigration policies, it actually has basically nuked his job. Um, so yeah, now at 50, we've got a 2-year-old and a 1-year-old pup. They'll be our last dogs. And they're coming with us to France. Yeah, Japan seems like a look into our look at our near future regarding the problems of infinite gross sustainability and grinding a workforce into dust. The only difference is that Japan has it figured out in terms of um, caring for their actual citizens in terms of housing and food. The problem is that the space that people have there is very small. You're typically living on top of the people. If you're living in a city, you're living on top of other people. The walls are very thin, and yeah, it's not fun. It's just not fun to live in those type of places, especially living in America. I mean, like I'm upstairs in a basically an upstairs loft. Like imagine living in half of this. Like I can't. Like I just can't. That's the only reason like I don't even think about wanting to like permanently live in Japan. I would like to go travel there and like stay there for several months, but I wouldn't want to live. It's a dream to live there because that is the I'll be honest with you. Going to Japan was such a positive experience for me. It's clean. My social anxiety didn't feel nearly as like amped up. It feels very polite. Even if you feel like you're being assaulted by someone who's trying to sell you sex services on the street, fine. Like you just keep walking. Like no one is trying to like force you to do anything. It felt very really calm. Also, the food was great. And cheap food. Like I was telling someone, I was like, I think we ate multiple days in a row. On maybe 15 American dollars. So it was like shit. I can't I can't I look at that and I'm like that is so nice. Also, the transit system there is really great. Great public transit is awesome. Um, yeah, I don't think I had a negative experience in Japan. I just I the negative experience came when I came back to the states and fucking got a fucking review the day I came back into my fucking like sat down after I got getting off the plane in my office and was just like, oh great, cool. I'm being dictated now or being told I can't take a trip without having a fucking full evaluation done behind closed doors about me as a person. Cool. Sweet. I'll remember this. I'm not ever again.
Let's go.
Yeah, no, but really, for real. And my point is that I heard you do an interview, okay? And I literally on the write up here is like you were talking about how you were raised on like Mark Levin in high school,
Right.
And the thing that you liked the most about Mark Levin is how cruel he was to.
Have you traveled all to Canada? I have not. Suzanne just went to Canada. We went to Alaska. They did a cruise, and I believe they went to British Columbia, and she really liked it. She thought it was fun. Communal like gardens and shit like that. She was like, "This is really neat," but she didn't really get to stay there that long. I heard there's places like in Canada that are great. There's certain places that are not. For some reason, I heard Vancouver's not all it's cracked up to be.
the callers.
Drug related
I don't
stuff. I think
see.
is what it was, but
I don't get that. I like the joke about the cookies. It may be a joke and it may be edgelording, and you may not really mean it, but you got to realize the cruelty to it, and without going like, oh, like whan, like people got to stop crying about the past. And that's the thing, is that I think that you have such an opportunity to talk to a generation of disaffected, angry, legitimately angry people in a way in which is positive without having to do that shit. And by the way, and I'm not holding you responsible for the end of
let's look at real estate listings in France. It was 3-story village house, formerly a convent, built in the 1600s, built into the side of a hill with a yard, 200K euros. Vancouver is very expensive, lots of drugs and homelessness, but not the whole area. Yeah, I mean, look, I lived in Austin for years, and I'm very I lived and worked in downtown Austin, and I'm very accustomed to homelessness and even in drug related stuff. Just because, I mean, if you know anything about Austin or even any major city, I think in the United States, homelessness is a problem. Um, the thing with Austin, though, that made it kind of like a huge deal was that the main it was a place called Art. I think they're still around. It was the main place where people could get assistance if they were homeless. Was Art, and it was downtown Austin, and it was, I think, on 4th Street, I think, and it was really close to where I was working. So you would come in the morning, and you would have people who couldn't get into Arc for the night to sleep, basically sleeping in and around the area. It just, I'm familiar with kind of like just that aspect of it. The thing with the homeless in Austin sometimes was they were extraordinarily aggressive. I've had multiple times where I would give them like money. I gave one guy like pair of gloves. I was like, here, I don't have any cash on me. Would you like some gloves? I handed it to him, and he goes, why are you giving me gloves? I was just like, it's cold. I don't need fucking gloves. I was just like, all right, dude. Well, I don't know what to tell you. The gloves are yours. I'm trying to be nice. He's like, I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do with gloves. I was like, dude. I'm like, all right. And for a long time, I was just like, yeah, like, I was like, I don't fuck with the homeless people around Austin area. Then I kind of like understood. It's like, well, a lot of these guys are unwell. There's mental health related things are going on, so you have to kind of like come at it from the angle of like, these guys don't know what the fuck they're doing. They're needing assistance, and money's not going to probably be the best course of action. It's going to be people like ARC and people who are going to be able to provide them food and shelter, and even mental health related services that are going to be able to help them more than I can. Typically, the money that people were giving people, you would see it happen. People would give them change, dollar bills. Like I've seen people give them like $5, $10 bills, and then you'd see them walk over across the street because they're usually sitting right outside of a convenience store, and they would just go get drunk. I mean, and that's the thing, though. You think about it, it's like, well, what else do they have to do? I mean, a lot of these guys are addicted to drugs, alcohol, or need psych medication. It's like they're having to self medicate because, first of all, they're homeless, and second of all, like they're depressed. They're not happy, and like what else you got to do? I have a friend right now who me and my wife have known for years, who is currently we don't know if he is still on the streets right now in Austin. But after him and his wife got divorced, he basically he disappeared. He left a mental institution that he was staying at and just disappeared. For like 4 or 5 months, they thought he had maybe like took his own life. They found his vehicle in, I believe, Arizona, and the family for a while was just like, yeah, he's gone. Like they found his backpack, they found his clothes, everything, just abandoned. And turns out he was found a few months after they found his car. Family picked him up, took him home. They're like, "Hey, stay with us." He said no, and then he said he does not want to stay with anyone, and he went back to just staying on the streets. Um, because I personally think that, like, I don't think he had any desire to live. Um, there's a part of me that kind of wants to go down, um, and like go see if I can track him down. I've been trying to reach out to him behind the scenes. Apparently, he is still kind of like he's got a phone and everything like that, but apparently he is only like checking social media things like Instagram and things like that. So I've sent him a couple of messages, just trying to reach out to him because there's a point in time where I could have been like him, and this is like a couple of years ago. I didn't feel like I had any reason to live, type shit. So I just kind of wanted to be like, "Hey, can I help you?" I live in Hampton Roads, VA, or Virginia. We have a good and bad areas all over, everywhere. Bad areas and good areas. For me, it's hard to know if who is genuinely homeless and who is just cosplaying his homelessness for money, or who is asking for spare change so that I'll look down to open my purse so they can assault me. Yeah, I felt a little bit more protected, I guess, because first of all, I'm a dude, and then second of all, most of the time I interacted with anyone who was homeless in downtown was usually around my work, and I saw them every day. Like that, I knew who they were. I also knew who to avoid. I mean, fair. I'd probably go buy weed with it. Like, what is $5 to $10 going to really get me other than food or a buzz? Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the other thing too. It's like, what is it gonna do? I don't carry any cash. Yeah. I live in Arlen, Texas. I see homeless people in my area. Yeah, they're homeless, especially in Texas, are going to be in all major cities. It is kind of par for the course, and you're just going to see them everywhere. A lot of people who are just not able to live, especially in the kind of state of the world and the economy. I live in Kansas City, Missouri, and we're in the top 10 most dangerous cities in the U.S. I wonder where Austin sits on that list. We have a girl who is missing from my hometown. The homeless said years later that she asked them to get her out of town because she was being abused by her parents, which that's also kind of like the big reason why a lot of children are. That's why a lot of children, I think, leave situations is due to abuse. I would see scammers by my job in Fort Worth. They would have a car parked in a convenience store parking lot. I remember the videos of that, by the way. Our local news would show like people being like, panhandling. And then they'd film them, taking the, like they would have their car like parked either into like an adjacent parking lot or under a bridge. They'd have like a tarp thrown over the car. They would get in the car and then they'd drive away. A few of these guys, the investigative journalists, also would confront them, and you're just like, "Oh Jesus! Oh, you've been found out, bro."
My conception of Western civilization, which is different than yours, but I just don't get it. I don't get why you find the cruelty. And I think that, by the way, that's why you like Trump. I mean,
the people who are despicable are the people who use their children for panhandling, they're scammers, obviously. Those are the people who are like scumlords.
Like a very unfair leap, because his first instinct is cruelty. His first instinct is to find the fault in the other. About everything, by the way. It's not his fault that we're in a war with Iran that he's ended 38 times and started 39. It's not his fault that inflation's high. It's not his fault that the wall didn't get built. It's not his fault that ICE is killing people on the streets in these places. It's the cruelty of it. Maybe it's a generational thing. I got friends who are Jewish that are going to be really, really fucking pissed off that I'm sitting next to you. And what do I tell them? What do I tell them why it's okay for me to sit and have this conversation with you?
Get him, Hunter? Yeah.
Guess I just have such a different opinion of that. You know, why should we have to explain ourselves to talk to anybody? And why is it that saying the wrong words or making a particular joke makes it so the Jewish person wouldn't want to watch my show? I have a lot of Jewish fans. I mean, some of my best friends are Jewish. I've had Jewish employees, and they recognize that, you know, just because I'm not necessarily nice all the time doesn't mean I'm hateful, doesn't mean, I don't even think they see it as cruel. I think they see it as it's a little rough around the edges. And maybe that's the difference, is I guess it's just attributing this weight to something that can considered a joke and maybe doesn't have a cruel intention behind it. Like, you know, Mark Levin, you got to remember at the end of the day, it's an entertainment show. It's entertainment. People call in, he gets frustrated.
Jesus is a Jew. Hitler was a Jew. What gives? Nobody's perfect, bro. I think it actually does. Well, here's the thing. Here is the thing. This is like, it's also like the people being like, well, Netanyahu's a Jew. That means you have to like him. It's like,
With them. It's part of what I do on my show. And it's not always nice, but it's funny. And I don't think it's mean-spirited necessarily. And I don't think it's that big of a deal. So, I mean, the thought that I would, like, for example, with you, people would say, why do you talk to Hunter Biden? His father and his DOJ froze your money and put you on a no-fly list. I'd say, so what? I mean, it's just talking. I don't think talking's a big deal. You know,
froze my money and put me on a no-fly list too.
There you go. See, so we got that in common.
So a different question that I have that kind of weaves everything together. How do you think like October 7th and the subsequent like pro-Palestine movement and the online worlds it created led to a growing audience on the right?
October 7th in particular? Yeah. Well, I think it highlighted and brought to the forefront how captured the right wing is by Israel, which is very unique. I think the Democrats and the Republicans are pro-Israel, but the Republican Party...
Nick is actually speaking truth here. Like, this is actually a true statement.
He has this inextricable institutional connection with the Israel lobby, with this Likud government in particular. And I think people just started to see the hypocrisies. The hypocrisy was brought to the forefront, which is America first, but not with Israel. No new wars except for with Iran.
Under Trump, we will have no more wars.
Those shares are really bad. He's offended Jews or offended about all the offensive things he said to and about Jewish people for an audience of people who are watching it for cruelty. Exactly. All right, let me...
Wars, no more wars, no more wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. Tonight, Iran's Navy is gone.
You know, we're going to be racist and all these things, but don't you dare be anti-Semitic. Don't even, think about it.
I see good things about Hitler.
Watching Nick Fuentes is better at producing twitches than electrical muscles.
Also, every human being has something of value that they brought to the table, especially Hitler.
So I think that on the right wing, it made it unignorable that there's this ideological institutional capture.
I just feel like a lot of straightforward, like just anti-Semite.
Yeah, he gets me every time. By the way, look, the crossover with Nick Fuentes and Kanye West is the funniest fucking thing, because I saw it and I was just like, look, I'm gonna be blunt about Kanye West. You can tell there was something going on mentally with Kanye West, like legitimately, like something was off. I think any normal person, especially someone who is African American, could look at Nick Fuentes and be like, this is probably not the path I want to go down. Also, some of the shit that was coming out of Kanye West's mouth. You're just like, hey, there's something wrong here. I'm not a big fan of Israel or Netanyahu, but I also don't go around hating the Jews. Yeah, that's the thing, though. Like, as a person who was raised Jewish, I don't consider myself Jewish anymore. I don't, quote unquote, in the eyes of God, I'm technically Jewish because my mother was Jewish, and I was named in the synagogue. I went through all the fucking ceremonies as a baby. I'm considered that. I don't consider myself a Jewish person, but I look at the state of Israel and I look at how everything has gone with Palestinians and all that shit, and I'm like, you know what? Maybe this is not a good thing. This is not a good thing. Israel is not a good thing in its totality. I don't know. When Alex Jones has to tell you to simmer down, whoa, yeah, exactly. That Kanye West interview is like, it's wild because you even can see Alex Jones being, he broke kayfabe a little bit, and you're like, what? What? Huh?
Influencers were taking advantage of the post-October 7th discourse to push other ideas, broader ideas about Jewish.
Adopted 2 cats that were found and named by a Kanye Kim fan. Named them North and West. You know how quickly I renamed them? Like yesterday, 100%. I would have done the same fucking thing.
People as a whole
come out and say it. Like, I think that Jews are causing a disproportionate amount of problems in the United States.
Well, I mean, I think it's hard to ignore.
I don't think it's Jews. I think it's Israel. I think it's Netanyahu. I think it is AIPAC. It's not Jews. I would never put it on the Jewish people as being the problem. It is a corrupt government that is the problem. Yesterday and tomorrow.
Some of those other conversations. I know that it's now become maybe in vogue to say that the Israel issue is very narrow. It's just Netanyahu. It's just the Likudniks. It's just the Israel lobby. But, you know, what would you say about someone like Larry Ellison? I mean, somebody like that, I don't think fits neatly into this, let's say, problem of Netanyahu.
As far nightmare blunt rotation, 100%. Nick Fuentes, Kanye West, Alex Jones. That would be a nightmare. That would be a nightmare scenario. Like, you would just be like, first of all, I would be scared I'd get disappeared. That wouldn't be going through my brain. I've been in situations where I smoked weed with people that I'm like, I should not be smoking weed with people before these people before. That would be a group of people that I would be terrified, like absolutely terrified to smoke weed with. They're now Frankenbeans, in case anyone cares. You'd understand why if I told you the whole story. Are you making a something about Mary reference?
As far as installing Barry Weiss and whatnot.
Yes,
Gotcha.
Because this is somebody who's not Israeli. He's not even a religious Jew, but he's ethnically Jewish and has this deep affinity for the state of Israel.
No, you know, something about Mary. See, look, someone else got it. Okay, I'm going to say this. Larry Ellison, look, you cannot lump him in with the Jewish conglomerate. Like, you can't be like, yes, he's a Jew. And he's a bad person. Like, you can't do it because it's Larry Ellison. Like, that is a completely different thing. Larry Ellison, in my opinion, is Larry Ellison. You cannot just, be like, he's a bad person because he's Jewish. No, it's because he's Larry Ellison. How much Botox has this guy had? How much facial work has he had? This is not just Botox. It's more than that. I mean, he's also a billionaire, so they tend to be vain.
Now I feel a deep emotional connection to the state of Israel and the Israeli people.
And is using and mobilizing his power and resources and connections to benefit Israel in the private sector. And so if you were to say, what's a law that we could pass?
Yeah, you can tie him directly to Israel. That's fine. But I don't think it has anything to do with him being Jewish at all.
To prevent that kind of influence, what would it look like? He's an American citizen. He can't buy a media company and hire Barry Weiss to run CBS News. And yet we recognize that's a big problem.
I just feel the conflation of like anti-Zionism and like Holocaust denial played into the hands of the Israeli propaganda apparatus. Because then they can say, hey, look.
This is actually key right here. This is key to the whole fucking thing.
These people that oppose what we're doing in Palestine also don't think the Holocaust happened. It's a big jump in the public perception.
It was almost to me as if that was your intent, to lose any legitimacy about any argument as it relates to Israel and the Likud government, is to say those edgelording things or whatever.
Jews are money changers. Bullshit artists, psychopaths, charlatans, grifters, manipulators.
I don't know anybody that can hear you after you say that, including myself. It delegitimizes everything because I don't think that you a little bit of more compassion.
Let's try to stay a little. I don't want to do any character attacks on Nick.
I'm not attacking his character. I'm not attacking. I promise you, I'm not.
You know, I'm going to say something really weird. He's got very similar mannerisms to his dad.
far as compassion, I get. I'm more just mean straightforward. Do you feel like the rise in anti-Semitic online influencers post October 7th has given Israel more ammunition to work with in terms of casting everyone who opposes what they're doing as just like a rabid Jew hater?
Jews are money changers because charging interest used to be a sin for Christians. Really? Like, wait. Charging interest? Wait, is that true? Wait, is that where that kind of thought process comes from? Damn.
In some cases, sure. But I also think that's overstated because I think that, look, let's just be honest. I do believe.
I've always believed there is like this weird sort of like anti-Semitic pipeline that is built into Christianity. It's always been there. Usury was Jewish law as well. No, I don't know. To me, I want to say it was, but I did not know that it was just a Christian thing. I had heard of it, but I was just like, wait, huh?
The political left wants to make the Israel issue very narrow, and they want to say that the issue is.
Let's just discuss Shakespeare. No, I'm good. I read the whole Bible at one point. No joke.
This genocide in Palestine.
And one of the few things I really don't care to read, but a lot of it is just half remembered.
At some level, they think that the Israeli government is racist.
Old Testament is typically Jewish religion oriented, and New Testament is where most of Christianity comes from. Correct me if I'm wrong. Well, that's the way I've understood it growing up.
You f***ing baying pig! You f***ing bloodthirsty, violent pig dog!
And that's the problem. And I think that ignores that there is a broader conversation, and it does have to do with the Holocaust, and it does have to do with Jews as such, and Jewish nationalism and Jewish identity. So to try to shoehorn it in and say, well, if anybody goes further than this very narrow critique of Israel, well, they're actually helping Israel. I don't agree with that. I think we have to unpack the whole conversation.
Okay, just kind of Googled it real quick. See here. Usury is the practice of making loans that are seen as unfair, fairly enriching the lender. It looks like it is a Christian. It looks like it's backed by Christianity, not necessarily Judaism. Like they're against it. The Christians are. This is just at a glance. Yeah, Antifa. Hey, you're talking to a person who does content creation who is willing to hear everyone out, and I'm never gonna be like, you're wrong. I will take it and be like, all right, yeah, tell me what I need to hear. I'll look it up and I'll confirm it, and we're good. You think I'm always kidding, but on occasion I give good references. No, look, I think jokes are great. I don't think you're always kidding either. Christian law banned it entirely. Yeah, usually, I actually Googled that almost verbatim what you sent before you sent it. So I was just like, okay. Origin of life, Abraham and Moses, blah blah about measurements and goofy laws, stories about different judges and kings and other leaders, poetry, prophet stories. Yeah, that's why I'm here. Yeah, that's good. I'm someone who is malleable, and because I have a slight learning disability, sometimes it is hard for me to pick up certain things. So if someone's going to correct me, I'm like, cool, let's do it.
Do you care a lot about Palestinians?
Not more than I care about anybody else.
So I guess that would be why they would be like, okay, you're just taking advantage of this discourse.
I don't think it's taking advantage. I think that we can sympathize with the Palestinians while also realizing that, look, I'm an American. And so it's a tragedy what's happening in Palestine, but there's tragedies happening all over the world.
Well, okay. You can't, okay. I get what he's trying to say. I understand what he's trying to say, because this is a way of mitigating the psychic damage of having to admit that what is happening in Gaza is bad. This is you know what? It's bad all around, guys. Like, what can we do? What can we do? No, it's like, no. There's things we can do. You can point out the injustices of the fact that, like, Palestinian people are getting murdered on the reg. Like, the idea that, like October 7th happening negates all of the bad stuff that Israel did to Palestinians. It's like, no. Like, there's an October 7th, I think, what is it? Like, someone I think I heard say, like, almost every day in Gaza. It is fucked what is happening. He has extremely unattractive hands. Are we talking about Nick?
My problem is that Israel has this influence over our government.
I'm a newcomer to.
He's got like grandmother hands, it looks like. The United States is not politically, militarily, or economically involved in all of the tragedies in the world the way it is in Palestine. Exactly. They are directly funding the genocide that is happening in Palestine.
To politics,
Watch while you talk.
but not to backing the Jewish state.
And we're paying for the genocide, and we're furnishing them with the weapons to commit the genocide. And
Hunter's hands are bigger than my hand, okay?
by the way, America is going to be held liable for this genocide, morally, but also politically and diplomatically and otherwise. But I think that people on the left, they may be guilty of maybe caring more about Palestine than they do about America.
Nick, but the left didn't cancel you. The right canceled you first. The right canceled you first.
They did.
And Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire, and those were the people that canceled. They may have utilized the tools of the left, or what you call the left, to be able to do that. But it was the right that canceled you. And by the way, what I would consider a radical right. The Daily Wire, to me, is a radical.
You're going to talk with your hands as a man. They better be comparable to the size of your face. Wait, hold on. Is that... Does Nick surely have that small of a hand? Like... Hold on. Like... I talk with my hands quite a bit. That's why I'm like...
Radical right.
I don't think they're even reactionary. I don't think they're that conservative at all. Ben Shapiro, I mean, he's not like he's in favor of mass migration.
In 2016, they were alt-right.
No, they were not.
Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire they were to the right of Mitt Romney.
Yes.
You know what I mean? That's what I mean. And that's
they
what
weren't
I'm
Mormon
saying.
conservatives.
Yeah. My point was, that's who you were canceled by.
I was also canceled by the left.
No, I know. They came along. They came along because some of the more egregious things that you said is edgelording. They came along, and whether you call it canceling or saying like, what the fuck? This is what I call it. What the fuck? like what the fuck? And so like, I don't find it funny. And just like you're able to say, well, I just think it's funny. I'm able to say, I don't find it fucking funny. I didn't find it funny then. I don't find it funny now. I didn't find it funny that some of the things that, you said about me, but I'm willing to sit here and listen to you because I want to get to this, and this is my whole point. What about fucking Donald Trump?
Yeah, we can get to that. Yeah.
Okay, and just to, I'm not trying to like give like any credit to Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes has actually been extraordinarily critical of Donald Trump over the last, I would say, like 4 months. I talk with my hands all the time. I do too. That is like literally. Okay, in middle school and in high school, I people thought I was gay with how like I resent a lot of the people I went to school with, because I dealt with way too many fucking stereotypes. It just even applied to me as a human being. But because I talked with my hands, they're like, oh, you're like, we think Joel might be gay, and I'm like, I am not. That is not even a question. And if I was, why would it matter? That's the other thing too. What about fucking Donald Trump? Nobody wants to fuck Donald Trump. I mean, but people have. You're not gay, man. People speculate everybody is gay if they don't know them. Exactly. Broken clock, correct twice a day. It's the lowest bar to criticize Trump. I know it is. But what I'm trying to say is like, this is one of the few times where, like, I don't know if it's an angle that I would go down it would be a commiserating point where it's like, yeah, yeah, we both don't like fucking Trump. Nick Shirley has not Nick Shirley, Nick Fuentes. Nick Shirley's a fucking. There's something wrong with Nick Shirley, like mentally, like there's like a handicap. I don't know what it is. I feel like they're exploiting someone who might have an IQ below 80. But yeah. But here's the thing. Nick Fuentes has been extraordinarily critical. He has told people to vote Democratic because he does not like what is actually being seen. He legitimately has told people, like, the Conservative Party, there's nothing there for anyone. So in a way, in a roundabout fucking way, this motherfucker is actually has done something positive, which is weird to say out fucking loud. I just don't. I think he is a grifter. I think he's a grifter. Broken clock is correct twice a day. It's the lowest bar to criticize Trump. It is. It totally is. And that's why I thought you were cool. Sigh foiled again. Yeah. Gives hope for a saner future. I'm hoping so.
How did you get, of all the people in the world, but you could look at and say he doesn't believe anything.
So for context,
if they only realize that conservatism is kayfabe after George W. Bush Sr., but we still got George W. Bush. Yeah. We got Junior, and then we got Trump. The thing is that also speaks volumes to how either A, unintelligent a portion of the United States is, or B, how gullible they are. I mean, I guess that is kind of the same. There's also people who are just I will never vote Democrat no matter what. And these people will vote any conservative that's put in front of them because there's no critical thinking skills whatsoever. I grew up a tomboy and would suggest that I'm still tomboyish. She'll ask me if I'm gay and then laugh out loud. I always answer, honey, I'm so straight. I don't even know what it tastes like. I mean, look. I think my view on sexuality is this. I think everything's a spectrum, no matter what it is. Can I go, oh yeah, I'm like fully straight? There are aspects of my life where I look at things and I am, because of like childhood trauma, I am completely grossed out by men in general. But there are other aspects of it where I'm like, like I like people. I care about people. And there are certain aspects of that where I go, well, could you ever love someone that is a man? I'm like, I know, but at the same time, it's like, but I can care for someone, But then I kind of like do this thing where it's like, the idea of saying never say never is kind of like always there, but at the same time, I'm like, I know what I like and I know what I don't like. That's unfortunate. I can't see myself asking somebody if they're gay or not. It's kind of weird. It's also kind of, it's like Mary Lou asking someone, are you an illegal? It's like, it's probably, yeah. I'm so straight. I don't understand at all what it is that a woman are attracted. Okay. I don't understand at all what it is that women are attracted to in men. I don't either. I've always said this. I was like, the concept and the idea of a penis is so fucking foul to me that when I see one, I'm like, what is the attractiveness behind that? It doesn't correlate to me. But at the same time, it's like, but I also don't know. I don't know. I know I'm not, I have no issues with people who are, though. It's not like I'm like, ew, if you like penis, you're gross. Go for it. It's just not for me. Just not for me.
For the viewer, Donald Trump is currently.
I also think men are also fucking just smell wise, body feature wise. There's nothing attractive about the whole package. But that's me. Pheromones, it's not a choice. Whatever you feel is what you feel. Yeah, that's I've also heard that too. I used to go to gay bars with my female friends because men would leave us alone, and the women who inquired would take no for an answer. I mean, men are also. No, I'm not trying to make excuses for men because that this is not the case, and it shouldn't be the case. Men, unfortunately, especially in my generation, generations before mine, even I would say even the 2010s, and I think even now, are taught that taking no for an answer is not is essentially not in the cards. Women are trying to play hard to get. I never believed. I grew up around women, so I knew like if someone said no, it was a cool. I'm out. I'm out. But I grew up around men who were like, "Oh man, they're just playing hard to get." I'm like, no, that's just not how it works. I hate going to gay bars because I would always get hit on, and it woke me up to some things. I've been to gay bars before, but I don't think I ever got hit on. I'm a positive space ambassador for my country. There are courses that can be taken to understand how people other than you feel. Yeah, I get hit on in grocery stores when I'm wearing my dog haired coat pajamas. That's crazy. I'm not saying like it's crazy you're getting hit on, but it's crazy that people are just that forward.
Currently the sitting president of the U.S. For our audience abroad. The war with Iran was supposed to be over. Now we're back in business, baby. Khomeini had a pretty sick funeral, if you saw the video. So you guys don't like Trump? You used to like him.
I did.
You've always hated him. He's tried to destroy your life.
Yeah.
You guys were cool. You guys hung out once at Mar-a-Lago with Kanye. You've never hung out with Trump, right? Would you want to?
No. Do I want to? Yeah.
Okay.
Look, man, I would like. Can we get him? Can we get him in the motel room?
So I want you to imagine.
Let's get him in
I want you to imagine he's in the motel with us.
Yeah.
That's Trump. What do you want to? How about what do you want to ask him?
Oh, put me on the spot. I don't want to ask Donald Trump anything because I know, and I think you would agree with me, is that Donald Trump isn't going to give me an authentic answer. Donald Trump never gives an authentic answer. He gives what people refer to as being authentic, but it's not authentic, it's audacious. It's like the example that I give that is the best metaphor for this is that he says he's 6'3", weighs 225 pounds. And everybody laughs because that's a little bit like edgelording, right? Everybody knows that he is maybe 6 feet and weighs maybe 300. And 285?
He's a big guy. He's a pretty big guy.
Yeah, big guy. But by virtue of every picture ever taken of anyone that's 6'3", he's not 6'3".
I am.
Okay? Yeah, I know you are.
Thank you.
You're 6'2.5".
These guys would be more entertaining if they were playing musical chairs. Guaranteed a fight would break out. Oh no, they. Nick Fuentes would back away, being like, "Oh, you won, bro. No makeup, messy hair in the cold and flu aisle, wearing leggings and wrinkled t-shirt." And dude's like, "Can I get your number?" Like, no, bro. Stop looking at my ass. Damn.
Maybe. Maybe. But my point is that the reason I don't have a question for him is because I'm absolutely certain that he is not going to give me an authentic answer. Look, he came into the Oval Office and the transition this time. And he told my dad that he thought that he did an amazing job. He did an amazing job with the economy. He did an amazing job with NATO. He did an amazing job and that he got a raw.
Wait, what is that? Hold on. There's this there's this meme video that it's a Matrix video, but every time I see it, I laugh. Okay, I found it. This is what anytime I hear someone say throat punch, I think of this. Also, I'm old enough to be your mom. Go back to your lunchable aisle. Some dudes are into that. This is the edit of this movie that I need. The all throat punch edit. That's me anytime I go outside.
Just wait and see how your attitude toward me develops. Decisions about.
I've got a question.
I will not be.
Do you think the actor who is currently playing Chad got notes from Chad or hung out with Chad to get his mannerisms down? Because I feel like he did.
Paying for.
Let's not make any decisions about that just yet. Let's just wait and see how your attitude toward me develops over the next couple of days, relative to other people, etc., etc.
I feel like that is a chat. Fighting off the lot lizards? Damn. By the way, has anyone seen some of this footage, by the way? This is crazy shit. I want to watch this. I probably should have just watched this today. But this fucking interview is wild. Like, I don't understand why John Fetterman thought it was a good idea to sit down with Jon Stewart, but
hello, everybody. Welcome to the Weekly Show podcast on this summer day, August.
You saw a clip? Yeah, not seen it. It's crazy.
4th, Tuesday, primary day, election day. Hear ye, hear ye. I voted. Sticker. That was my one-man show called Primary Day, which happens in August, which, as you know, is great for turnout. We don't know, actually, what happened in those. We're taping.
By the way, I do want to point out the Abdul versus Haley situation. I am shocked that it was that close. I think it was like 48.5 to 47.5. Like, there's like a 1% difference. But by all fucking means, like, I am very happy that, as people are calling it, the quote unquote boomers did not vote Haley Stevenson as the candidate for that race. I think Abdul is going to probably. I hope people rally around him. I think he's going to be a better option between the two. I think Haley is way too fucking had way too much money coming from AIPAC in Israel. He's got a scary name though. He did. Stewart absolutely poked a bunch of fucking holes in the whole, like, hey, why are you holding people to a higher standard when it comes to Israel? When the reality is that, like, that is all. There should only be one piece of the puzzle when it comes to being a Democrat or running under the Democratic platform. And the dude has the audacity to be like, well, if they hate Israel, they should just run on their own platform. It's like, what the fuck? Jon Stewart has turned out to be a national treasure. Jon Stewart is probably one of the few media figures that I look at, and especially from a high-end, like high-level media figure that has been consistent in his beliefs and what he has said and what he is saying. He has never gone to this point of waffling on shit. He is very, very, very just even on everything that he believes. Like, he has never faltered. He's a Gen X voice of reason we need right now. He is the voice of reason. I don't even care about generation. He is just the voice of reason we need right now. He is the cure to the current poison that is happening in our current media cycle. And he needs to be broadcast a lot more. The Democratic primary in my district in Missouri, District 4 now, used to be District 5 before the gerrymander, had like 10 candidates. The Republican primary had like 3. He's the Gen X leadership the boomers should have passed off to 15 years ago. Yeah. At this point, I love to bring up Israel isn't America. It shouldn't be the number one issue. 100%. It shouldn't even be the top 4 issues. We shouldn't even be talking about the fact that we're giving so much money to fucking Israel. That should not be the situation at fucking all.
This podcast before the results are in. So by the time you hear it, you will know the results of all the hot primaries in Michigan and everywhere else.
His death stare when Kamala wanted incrementalism had me dying.
And it'll look like we don't, and that we're ignoring it. But we're not ignoring it, people. I'm not a time traveler. But we are going to be talking to somebody who has very strong opinions about what should happen in this very primary season. And he doesn't know the results of it either. So we're going to be talking about elections and the results of elections and what those elections might mean for people. all while ignoring the results of said elections, which might make us seem crazy.
It's ridiculous. What the fuck is all the money we gave them for if they still can't handle their shit without genocide? It's simply to have somebody to sell tax-funded weapons to. Yeah. Here's the thing. That is the biggest fucking con when they talk about how you're trying to give money to Israel for defense. It's a lie. I mean, look at what they've done. Look what Israel is doing. Israel's not losing any fucking war right now. If anything, they're just using those quote unquote defense dollars or weapons that are being provided to just do genocide. It's fucked. It's fucked. And it's a lie. And it's a lie they keep trying to sell. And for protecting the Epstein class, 100%. Yeah. The Democratic candidate for the governor in my state dropped out because of threats and a house fire. He happens to be black. That is the, that is the rub of everything right now, is that are you willing to deal with death threats? Like if I were to run for anything like local office, I would not be able to handle death threats. That's why like whenever I see Haley and them talk about like, like getting giddy over, like their cars being keyed or getting death threats, I'm like, how can you be giddy about this? This would be terrifying for me. This would hurt me on a fundamental level. By some metrics, Israel is merely a projection of U.S. influence into the Middle East. Because it totally is, though. I mean, Netanyahu, I believe, is a U.S. citizen. I mean, a lot of people who are like I technically, because of my quote unquote Jewish heritage, I could go to Israel and become an Israeli citizen if I wanted to. I would never do it because that would be stupid. Not governor, Senate, sorry. Oh, yeah, no. Oh, did I say governor? I'm sorry, I read that wrong. Israel's basically Jewish American diaspora. What Liberia, oh my God, I'm fucking losing my mind. Liberia is to the African American diaspora.
But there's probably so much more in this conversation.
80 to 20%, and our MAGA governor comes out and says we're not done working towards it. Like a big middle finger to the people. I mean, that is the far right / MAGA sort of mindset. We're still going to do it anyway. Go fuck yourself. I know you voted against it, but fuck you. We're still going to do it.
That's going to make it seem crazy.
Else recently too.
So let's just get to it. Hey, a senator, United States Senator for the great state of Pennsylvania. Go fighting Quakers. Ladies and gentlemen, Senator John Fetterman. Sir, first of all, where's Senator Fetterman? All I see is a guy wearing a suit and tie. So
yeah, this is not AI. It's not AI.
Look at his tie, by the way. He's wearing a fucking Israeli flag tie. Tell me you're not a fucking shill without telling me. Tell me you're a shill without telling me you're a shill. All right? He's a fucking shill. All right? Put in favor of pro-choice policies. The state went around us anyway. Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's what it was. The U.S. didn't want to bring a ton of Jews into the country after World War II, so figured Palestine would be the place to put them and create a beachfront in the east. Middle East to watch the Suez Canal. Yeah, I mean, but that's the thing, though. Here, that's the thing. I think the thing that is the most telling is the fact that, like, also they were willing to allow the Israelis or the Jewish, or I'm going to say the Israeli government, decide to just start slowly taking over the area. I think it's by design. I think that's why they're just like, whatever. But if they were really truly wanting a two-state solution, they would have figured out how to split that up 50-50. I don't personally believe in a two-state solution. I think the way it kind of like has worked out, it should have never been that way. We should have never gone down that path of just dumping a group of people and said, go ahead, free for all, take over, do whatever you want. 4 and 5 were about citizen-led policies. Yeah, no, I was talking about the one they kind of backtracked on. a while back, and majority voting, and 5 was about eliminating property tax and income tax in favor of 20% sale tax. Damn, 20% sale tax is crazy high. But hey, I mean, I live in Texas, and we have no income tax, and we have I think it's an 8.5% sales tax here. To me, that sounds really high, but I wouldn't be above it. Israel's first step in neoconservative push through Iraq and into Iran. Wolfowitz Bush doctrine from 2001. I need to do a better job of going back and reading some of those old documents.
If I could AI impose a suit, I would, but no, yeah, I'm in a suit, but yeah, normally
You have a job interview today?
I thought, wait, I'm already in it, so maybe I could just be a treat for everybody.
I feel terrible now.
Yeah.
I thought, well,
yeah, and I'm sorry if you dressed in honor, you might on a business casual like this.
So how are things going down there? Do you like being a senator? Is that something that is that an enjoyable job, or is it just you sit around just fighting with everybody? What's the vibe down there?
Well, I mean,
Texas has a bigger population and GDP than Missouri. I'm sure that's why. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure that's why too. But at the same time, they also take in a lot of money from other places as well, like the TxDOT stuff. Those toll roads were supposed to be real roads, and instead now they're just basically funding the government. They also do. There's also some other tax related things being done with businesses as well. But yeah. I think you have your media volume above 100, Joel. I can turn it down. I do have it bumped up because I hate to say it. When it comes to the necessary conversation, they have their volume turned, depending on who's talking, turned down. So yeah, I do have the the gain turned up just a little bit, but we can turn it down just a little bit. Oh, that's called Cliff's Notes for you American folks. It is. I can't Cole's note your stuff if you don't do research at the research tool. Sheesh. Was inherited from his CIA dad. Oh yeah, no, I knew that. I mean, the whole entire Bush Jr. Worldview / administration literally is literally based off of what his dad was doing. If his dad had another fucking term, like it would be basically what Bush Jr. did. No state income tax, but you go to Guantanamo Bay for smoking grass. Fetterman has had the neoconservative argument fully internalized at this point. Yeah. He's also being fed something in like I personally believe like the words that are coming out of his mouth, he's just a puppet at this point and probably has an earpiece in. I'm going to say allegedly probably has an earpiece in.
It's kind of a mixed thing. I mean, it's obviously an honor to be one of Pennsylvania's voice here in the United States Senate. And it's also some of it's professional wrestling, not really kind of important stuff, but some of it's very important as well too.
And by the way, Luke, let me know if the volume's better for you. I did bump it down just a little bit on the video itself. Where it come from? You blow up if you try to smoke smoke gas. Wait. True.
Too, and that's really why people, I assume, get into this to be a part of that conversation. So overall, but I think I've said this. People would be surprised. It's not exactly really glamorous. And now, like for me, I have a 300 square apartment here in DC. Back there.
Look at you.
It's not like there's not a lot of snappy, West Wing kind of dialogue back and forth thing. Right. A lot of it's more kind of like kind of a thing. But sometimes it is really important thing that will impact a lot of millions and millions of Americans.
Are you guys going to have your recess in August, or are they keeping you there?
As far as I know. Last night there was an overwhelming bipartisan procedural vote last night for a continuing resolution, and I think it was 89-4.
Can I guess the 4?
Yeah, no shutdown. Yeah,
Rand Paul,
Yeah, well, of course he votes no on like he would be like cheeseburger and he would vote that shit down. I mean,
Right.
But yeah, and then I think it was Warren.
What does that mean? He'd vote down cheeseburger. I mean, there's days where I don't want a fucking cheeseburger. Do they play King of the Castle during recess? Probably.
And then I think Sanders. But overall, some people didn't go there because it was a travel day. But that's a strong statement saying that we want to avoid another shutdown. And I'm elated to know that without a doubt. I mean, we've been through the 2 longest shutdowns of all American history. And that maybe at some time put me at odds with my party because it's always a bad thing to shut our government.
No, shutting the government down is not a bad thing. It is a way to broadcast there's something fucking wrong with our budget. To be like, I just want to push through a budget because we shouldn't have the government shut down is bad. Like that should not. Yeah, more shutdowns are needed. Exactly. Being like, yeah, no, we shouldn't have the government shut down at all. We just agree to everything is pushed through. No, fuck no. Especially if it's fucking awful. Especially if it's fucking awful. And it's been awful. It's been awful for a very fucking long time. And I'm glad people are trying to push back on that. Should do it more often.
Government down, and it shuts down parts of critical of our country, and it also punishes a lot of these workers. Now, everyone here in Congress are paid, but the people that aren't are like the people.
If the alternative to shutting down is basically conceding on unacceptable terms that essentially eliminate your own job and gives all power to the opposition, then you need to shut down. Exactly.
People on the front line, like at TSA and doing those things. So overall, we have to find a better way to figure out things without shutting our down in kind of a tantrum.
How at odds are you with the party? You know, you said it sometimes puts you at odds. You're the guy everybody points to now as you're in the, I guess, mansion or cinema role, the kind of contrarian. So what's your relationship now with that?
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. And no, I mean, it's not that at all. I mean, I deeply respect them as well too, but I'm not that. I think it's like an easy take to assume that, and that's just not me. If you look at my voting record, I'm in 90% voting the Democrat line. And now how I differ is
not pushing the issue to the point where a shutdown is a good idea. Get that shit worked out before the deadline. Well, I mean, look, if you can't get it done before the deadline, then a shutdown is a necessity. You know, it's a necessity. This is why this guy is he should not, like, literally should not be a senator at all, at fucking all. After his whatever happened to him happened, he should have just bowed out, and they should have brought someone in. I know he had a stroke, right? Is that what happened? Stroke was the situation. After that, I mean, just like what we're dealing with fucking Mitch McConnell. It should have been sorted out. Political drama is unfortunately a necessary evil. Yeah, exactly. I mean, especially in the state of the world that we are currently in. Yeah. No drama, nobody pays attention. Exactly. Look, we're it's going to get even more dramatic as the year goes on. That is the reality. That's where we're headed. That's where we're headed right now.
And that's become much more and more pronounced. Israel, after 10/7, the Gaza war, and nobody really saw how things would continue. We wouldn't be part of it. Now here we have at the Iranian war now, and then in smaller other kinds of way, shutting our government down. Countless kinds of vote to shut our government down. I would vote with the Republican side, not because I'm a Republican, but just the Democratic.
Fucking admit it, dude. You are a Republican at this point. You fucking lied to your constituents, and you're now a Republican. You vote along those party lines now. You are one. Just fucking own it. Or at least call yourself an independent. At this point, just fucking don't be a Democrat. The more I see, the less I say, even though I have loads to say. You can say stuff. As an outsider, I think you actually have every right to comment on especially what's happening in the United States. I think everyone should. I think when you silence yourself, you should be like, hey. I think when you silence yourself, you have to kind of go, am I silencing myself for my own inner peace? Which is fine. You can do that. I do it I do it all the time. Or you silence yourself because you feel like you have no say in what is happening in other political spectrums. Because I think that latter you totally do. Because I think American politics affect world politics. I say go for it. This should be treason, the amount of devotion to Israel. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I would say not 90. I would say like 75% of the entirety of Congress and this administration have an ungodly amount of devotion to Israel to the point where you have to ask a question of why. Like, why?
Democratic Party, we used to always be.
Is not in the mood to be attacked for giving an outsider's point of view. You're not going to get attacked here at all. Like, I personally would never attack you. Yeah, man, you'd be amazed at the power you can get if you just put yourself out there. Yeah.
Be the party
that's the truth, though. I think that a lot of people are scared to put themselves out there. I'm scared to put myself out there in a political sense too. Don't tell me how to lick my boots, Star.
Says we must never shut our government down. That was part of what the Democratic Party really was. And I represent Pennsylvania, really the most purple state really in the country. And now I don't represent just Democrats. I represent all people here in Pennsylvania. So
no, you don't.
These views are firmly rooted in basic kinds of democratic values. But after the Trump re-election, that just kind of
regime. You were going to say it. You should have just said it.
Flipped some things on its head.
And do you attribute that to, what they call Trump derangement syndrome? Do you believe that the Democratic Party in those instances is suffering?
I agree. It is a real thing. And that makes it more difficult to try to call balls and strike. And now,
he just said strike, balls and strike. This guy spoke so many words wrong during this interview. Too many. Oh, I just literally just heard it. Definite brain damage. Here's the problem. He like I said, he should have backed out. Like, there, see, just did it. I know. Look, I've been saying it for a while. He should not have returned. He should have not had returned. This is all. I think this is him being vain, thinking he can still continue after what happened. But obviously, there's something wrong. Yeah, Iran has it right. If USA is McDonald's, Israel is a franchise. Mm-hmm. I'm Antifa. Unless you're going to say some fascist shit, I ain't attacking. Yeah. Let's say Trump derangement syndrome is a real thing. Who cares? Argue your point on the merits of what is being discussed. That is what politics is. Talking to people you disagree with about things that are important. Yeah. But I also think that Trump derangement syndrome is being used incorrectly. I think the people who parrot and use and just blindly follow Trump are the ones who have Trump derangement syndrome, not the other way around. I'm not afraid to put myself out there, but me saying my piece has caused issues with some of my American friends. So I've learned just to be quiet. I watch and hope for the best at this point. Yeah, no. I'm someone who screams all the time that there's a problem with this country in particular. And okay, do you guys remember the Osbournes? There was a point in that show where Jack Osbourne said something, and it's always stuck with me. It was a weird fucking just throwaway thing that he got so much heat for. Sharon! Yeah. He got so much heat for. He said that the United States has a good 50 years left before it fucking crumbles. I think he said something along the lines of like, something along the lines of that. It's not an exact quote, But I remember at the time people being like, how dare you as a fucking, immigrant in this country say what you said. And this is during the period of time too, where, 9/11 happened, all that shit. But I always thought about it and I was like, is what he's saying, is it correct? And I always thought, it's always been a thought in the back of my head. I'm like, I actually firmly believe what he's saying to be true. I don't even know if we have a good 50 years left, and this was 20 years ago. I love that show. Interesting. A kid of a rich family came here and saw us from the outside. Yeah. Very, very interesting. I remember it being a big deal at the time when he said it because people were fucking taking him to fucking town. I'm gonna see if I can find the exact quote because I remember it and I remember being like, I don't think what he said was incorrect at all.
I'm aware.
Pennsylvania took a chance with the guy with the stroke versus Dr. Oz. They still voted in Dr. Oz, apparently.
That if I happen to disagree with like the party line, there's a price to pay. But I think it's more important to be, hey, I honestly think this is the right take, and I think what's appropriate. And no, I mean, there's a lot of stories of how I've become, increasingly more unpopular with Democrats in my state, and I'm aware of it. But these were all very specific choices because I think, this is the correct take. And now I would rather have people know what I happen to believe because, again, they're rooted in very democratic kinds of values.
Well, let me sort of, so let's tease that out a little bit because in America right now, the Republicans have the Senate, the House.
Oh, I just totally clicked on Gemini for some reason. Love that show. Okay, this guy's acting like he only votes against his party 1 or 2 times. Yeah, no, he votes consistently against
the judiciary.
They have the trifecta,
Supreme Court, and they have the presidency.
Yeah,
Democrats represent. It's a pretty 50-50 country, wouldn't you say? I mean, we're right now at least Democrats are represented by millions and millions and millions of votes, but they don't really have the way that the Republicans have governed any say in anything. And so wouldn't you say that trying to use any leverage that they possibly could have to get things like reforms to ICE agents that don't seem to be trained, that are creating violence in the streets of America, that aren't going after the worst of the worst, but are frightening, hardworking immigrants into staying in their homes? Don't you think that's a legitimate reason to try and leverage whatever opportunity they would have? TDS seems like a convenient excuse for a lot of legitimate concerns.
Yeah, well, the only actual tool and the only actual real leverage that Democrats have, that's the filibuster. 100%. And I just had an op-ed in the Washington Post, and I was trying to remind America and Democrats specifically that we, including me, we were so wrong about scrapping the filibuster back in the 2022 cycle. Now, we all ran on that, and we all were committed to eliminate the filibuster. And if we were successful, we may have passed some things back in 22, but 100% in January of 2024 or 2025, they would have been able to run the table 100.
But they have run the table. What is he fucking saying here? Like, this is my big fucking issue with this whole filibuster talk. This filibuster talk is a fucking lie. Okay, instead of being serious, I'll go back to going back to nonsensical questions. Why does he have what does the black ring mean? I have no idea. They keep blaming them not being trained, but the ones doing the killings have been on the force for years. Yeah.
100% run the table. And if anyone that's listening have been horrified or troubled by a lot of legislation being proposed. That would have been amateur hour compared to how they would have been able to remake.
You're probably right. That's probably a smartwatch accessory that adds more health tracking features. I'm pretty sure it's probably one of those dumb, not dumb. They're kind of cool. I kind of want one because I need to start tracking my sleep at night. But hey, Craig, thanks for the resub, dude. How are you doing, by the way, man?
Make our society, because they would have had the trifecta. Trump was at the apex of his power,
What are those rings called
and they
again?
could have passed and done everything. And if the Senate was working on
Rhett and Link from Good Mythical Morning, or Ring, yeah, or one of the people who backed that company. Watching the interview with Fuckerman, yeah, the Ring, yeah. I have a nonsensical question. What are Maria and Luigi's favorite fabric? Denim. Wait, Mario and Luigi's favorite fabric? Craig, I'm just gonna make you a mod at some point. I'm gonna redo all my mod lists and just gonna put you as a mod. Zoom marriage, but black means something. I've heard it means this and that, but never learned if it was true. What did you hear? I know he's married. Right? He's married. I think the woman that's been going around with him, who kind of appears to be his handlers, actually think his wife. I can't remember.
on basic majority like the House, we would have rendered ourselves as essentially a smaller version of the House, and they would have been able to remake our society.
Wouldn't you say they have remade our society, by using gimmicks like
Terrible mod, kick me out in an hour or so, please. I'm a terrible mod for my own channel. I'll be honest with you. I don't understand how this dude wasn't recalled after his brain trauma. I said the same thing. Yeah, his brain trauma made him a Republican or a super corrupt Democrat, as he claims. Yeah, the thing is, he is a Republican at this point. So someone brought up I was watching some stream and someone was like, "Do you think that Israel has like compromising material on him?" And the person was like, "No." I think this dude is he's got handlers now and he's being paid by them to do their dirty work. I'd be a mod on here while I'm I'll be a mod while I'm here. I always click when I see this one up. I appreciate that, by the way, local. No, he just sucks. Yeah, I agree. I think he just sucks. Not for 24 hours either, dude. Hey, you know what? You're pushing the button. You're pushing my buttons right now. Like, I just have to mod for a veterans channel, not a 24-hour ban like you did last time. It's about to be 48 hours, maybe a week. I mean, I'm gonna stream on Monday next. So by then you'd probably be okay.
reconciliation by using executive power in ways that hadn't been used before. Haven't they done that already?
Yeah, well, a lot of those executive.
I used to mod for Will Wheaton back in the day. Never again. Will Wheaton. Will Wheaton. Dude, can I pet the dog? You can. I'll be a mod, but only if I get to play Daggerheart. I got to talk to Eric and see if we're going to be opening up the Daggerheart stuff. We might. We got to see who is coming back from the original play group. But there might be a chance. We're also going to start recording those. So you have to be comfortable with being recorded. We're probably going to put them up on a channel. Apparently there's not a ton of Daggerheart content, so I thought it'd be kind of fun to put it out there. Whatever happened to Will? Didn't he spell his name with one L? He did. He only spelled it with one L. I know he is doing, I think he was doing a D&D/board game thing for a bit. But I think he does conventions now. Also feel like he might not be that great of a person, but I don't know him, so I can't talk. The guild for a while, yeah. He always kind of came off as a little bit stuffy for me, but, I'm also not a TNG guy. So, I'm not even a Star Trek guy, but you need a pet the dog, simmer down, because this chat is just crazy. This chat is absolutely nutty. Board game show was fun to watch. It was. I watched a few. It actually turned me on to a couple of board games that I was like, man, if I had friends, I'd totally play those. Will looks exactly like my brother, so I always liked him. Plus, I'm a huge Star Trek fan. I think I did hear more recently he's not a good person. Very disappointing. You can make that. I can make a pet the dog sound file. I technically can too. I mean, I with the amount of sound equipment that I own, I can do a lot. I should be able to do more things. Like record music. But here's the thing. I always start recording stuff and I'm like, I'm not built to be a musician. And then I'm like, but I get the thing. I get the little bug in me. He's great if he needs something from you, but he gets shitty the second he doesn't. And if you call him out for being shitty for that reason, he behaves accordingly. Yeah. Yes, I'll have it done in like 30 minutes. To get me like really peeved, you have to be aggressively like pushing buttons. For those who haven't seen it, yeah, it's not a dog. Yeah, it's not a dog. It's a fucking.
No. Can I pick that dog?
Yeah.
No. Can I pick that dog? No.
It is a fucking bear.
No. Can I pick that
Like me bugging about the rent. No, we're gonna do that. I'm not trying to make excuses, but this week, what is this? Oh, this week has been rough. I was planning on doing another stream yesterday, but I forgot I had EMDR yesterday. And then on top of that, I'm dealing with switching to a different medication management individual right now. And I had to do a day of it was like an hour and a half of typing out traumatic shit. And I just was like, I don't have it in me to do a stream on Wednesday. Just like, and not to be mean about my EMDR, but like I spent the entire hour venting and being just like upset about having to find a completely different company to go with and a different doctor to go with for medication management. And I spent literally, it felt very weird because they had asked me a question of like, do you think, when you got upset with them on the phone, that you kind of like cut your nose off to spite your face? And I was just like, well, no. I mean, I was being told I had to drive into Houston to go get like a prescription for my medication. No, like if anything, I felt like I maybe was underreacting to being upset about being told, hey, you're gonna have to find a completely different doctor. Yeah. I slept in my depression coma to Folding Space by State Azure until 3 p.m. yesterday. I was asleep again by 10:30. And got to explain yourself to me, and I'm persistent. No, you're good. Do you use weed? It lowers my anxiety. I don't, because when I use weed, because of the PTSD that I have, I basically I go into depersonalization sort of realms with it. I really wish I could smoke weed, but because of the complex PTSD, it's not in the cards for me. I wish I could though. I really wish I could. I used to enjoy smoking weed when I was in high school. You have to use the right kind of weed. That's the problem. I've tried the quote unquote right kind, the right kinds of weed, and it's a crapshoot. I either have like a great night's sleep, or I am sitting up watching Kitchen Nightmares, and fucking thinking about how I don't know what food tastes like, and then all of a sudden turning into like a panic attack. Yeah. And I'm someone who I don't know if I've ever talked about it, but one of my like weird special like abilities is I can remember what food tastes like. Like I can taste it in my mouth. Like I can replicate the taste. Do you have a reserve there instead of a government agency? They know more about it. I'm in Texas, so no. Yeah, there's different effects. I grow it, and the results are all over. Especially if you to grow. Okay, to grow and find the right plant, which would take a couple. Best to grow and find the right plant, which would take a couple of years. So never mind. No, that's fine. I only use 10 THC milligram THC drinks to shut the abusive internal narrative down, so I can sleep. Sativa is a no for me. Indica though, but only 10 milligrams and only 2 hours before bedtime. Oh boy, sorry to hear that. No, it's rough because being in Texas, I think they just banned Delta 8 and 9, so you can't even get like a legal high anymore. Kind of stupid. Texas is stupid. Texas is run by the same idiots that are currently in like Congress, right?
If orders were just overturned or stopped by the courts. And now I know I kind of got whacked when I said, well, what is a real constitutional crisis? That's when the president is going to defy, court order.
Texas sucks on a lot of different laws, but weed laws in particular, they're insanely aggressive. It's a good regimen for anxiety and mood stuff. Get the mind to calm down. Fetterman's crazy. Fetterman is a fucking Looney Tune and should have dropped out. We've been talking about it. He should have dropped out the moment he had his stroke. He shouldn't be here.
Orders. And because it doesn't describe the solution in the Constitution, that's a crisis. And as far as I know, that the president hasn't defied a single court order. Now, a lot of noise, but
he has, though. What are you talking about?
But he hasn't defied any specific ones, and that's the way the system's supposed to work.
Well, he has. I mean, he's defied court orders and congressional law. I mean, just even in the TikTok case, you guys voted that had to be divested, and he ignored that. He just didn't do it. And then he handed
nothing
specific, a pretty powerful social media.
I only have one when my anxiety is going to keep me awake and swing a mace around my mind. I am luckily on some medication that does, like if I don't take the medication at night, I tried to wean off it a little bit a while back, but if I don't take it at night, I don't go to sleep. I have insane amounts of just insomnia that I don't take it. I'm usually like, oh yeah, I'll just go ahead and edit until 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the morning, and then be like, oh my God, I have shit that I got to do today. Hasn't defied court orders. Where the fuck's the Epstein files, Fuckerman? They're saying Fetterman will screw us all by being a tiebreaker vote in the future. When we win the Senate, also he's lying like crazy in this. Yeah, 100% lying, like absolutely fucking just. Like the question I have is does he believe what he's saying or is he just lying? And I think he's lying. And if he believes what he's saying, then he's got brain damage.
Media tool to his friends, the Ellisons,
90 slang word
and other people.
Right now,
I guess that's my point. Is
I'm not going to.
I understand you're saying.
Wait, the entire MAGA strategy is daring the law to do something about their defiance, and nothing happens, so they keep pushing it further. Yeah, that is the MO. And it goes to show you when you have control over all three branches of the government and then have control over the local government, like the judges you've installed, you can do whatever the fuck you want. This is a problem. This is a massive fucking problem. The reserve nearest to me has specials every day, first responder day, over 50 day, etc. Bucker pre-roll day. That's nice. It's Tuesday. That's my favorite. Really wish I could smoke.
There are
it sounds like so much fun, but I digress.
Norms or things that you don't want Democrats to do. But given the legitimate concerns that people have about executive overreach, these types of
absolutely, that's a real thing.
But of course,
yeah. But I'd like to revisit this idea, the filibuster, the Democratic Party, and I am part of it, and I was definitely part of that.
You're not part of it, dude. You're a fucking right wing shill at this point.
To eliminating the filibuster, how dangerous
you're fucking sucking Israel's dick every day. Hey, what are y'all talking about? We're talking about how fucking awful John Fetterman is.
Dangerous that was if we were successful, and they would have been able to pass every single, wish list, on the Republican playbook. and how we would have been a whim of the political extremism and
the ogre, the ogre on the spike that Haley Stevens tried to turn it into her being the ogre. Fuck that bitch, man. So glad we're not gonna have to deal with that shit. So last night I had a pot drink after supper, was out by 10:30, and was out until 8:30. Nice. Yep, crapping on Fetterman. We need this. We do.
able to pass everything. The only thing that we've ever stopped, Save America Act.
Yeah, that's the only thing the filibuster has actually done.
Yeah.
In fact, you've played kind of a role in, getting their nominees going. You've been kind of the contradictory vote from the Democrats to get him some pretty controversial appointees. I'm just curious because the filibuster seems like it hasn't really stopped them from doing.
Fetterman says he wants to leave the Democratic Party so badly. Why can't you just do it? That's what I said. Just call yourself a fucking independent at this point if you don't want to call yourself a Republican. But instead, he sits in this fucking interview and then goes, the motherfuckers who are part of the DSA, they should not be part of the Democratic Party because they don't like Israel. It's like, dude, get the fuck out of here. There's so much shit that you do that is against the actual fucking Democratic Party on the reg that you should just fucking get out of the Democratic Party if you don't fucking like it. Like, get the fuck out of here, dude. I don't even like the Democratic Party. I think they're all fucking assholes right now. It's just like, this guy's a fucking walking contradiction. He's a fucking asshole. Fuck him.
Getting the people that they want, getting unqualified people into the cabinet, into...
He's going to ride this blue wave in and then switch. It'll be his last portrayal. Yeah. Swear jar count, be up there. Bingo. UP might be right. Fetterman might actually have brain damage. He does have brain damage. I'm calling it. I'm just gonna say it. He does. He doesn't. He is a shill for fucking Israel. He is essentially now voting along fucking the Republican Party lines. Yeah, it's strategic. He will vote to keep Schumer against anyone like AOC. Then he'll vote against us. He wants both. He wants both sides. No principles at all. No. I think. You know what? I don't even think this. I think this was in the cards from day one. I don't think it was a stroke. I think this is who it is. As someone outside of America, I'm really impressed with how great the DSA has been recently. Why do certain leftists have to suck so badly? The problem is with, not saying this is with the DSA, the problem with the Democratic Party right now, when it comes to DSA, is they focus on the fact that, they lean into this idea that, the Democratic Socialist movement is legitimately pushing for only socialist policies. The reality is that a lot of the guys who fall under that umbrella are trying to push for things that benefit the citizens of the United States, which is like universal health care, affordable housing, things like that. The Democratic Party, to me, when they start like demonizing the DSA, they're shooting themselves in the fucking foot. Because the reality is like, I mean, they want to call like the DSA like the Tea Party of the left. And I think it's a little bit more than that. I think it's a lot of people who are fed up with what the fuck is happening. Where's your brain, Fetterman? Where's your brain, Bueller? I think of that Basement Jack song. Where's your head at, bro? Where's your head at? I'm DSA, but I'm not happy with the local chapter here. There's a lot of college kids, and the old guard isn't being listened to. I think there is going to be an adjustment period. I think a lot of people are joining in because, look at it this way. The youth right now, the under 30s, I would even say under 35s, are part of this, a part of the as Tom Segura would say, the pores, right? There's a lot of inequality happening, and a lot of these people who are younger, even the college kids, look at this and they're like, no, we need to scream, we need to yell. I think a lot of the, older folks, I think even like me, it's like we have to be measured. Because if we scream and yell and do what we did with the quote unquote woke era, it's not going to be taken seriously. It's just not going to be. I feel like Mondani the DSA has really woken up to learning about optics. And I think that is the big thing is like teaching optics to a younger crowd. We're just missing that piece. A lot of people don't see that, like, when you act rowdy or you do, and I'm not trying to throw Antifa under the bus because it's not just that, but this angry approach to things is used as it's weaponized. And the DSA using optics and trying to get a point across without coming off as bitter, angry, or pissy is a good thing. It's a good thing. Meanwhile, in Europe, a lot of leftist parties still have a very primate understanding of optics and how to actually do politics and not just shout whatever they feel like. Yeah, okay. We're on the same page then. The emergence of the pro-war, pro-Israel Jewish group of people have been the strangest development. They turn into unrecognizable monsters suddenly when talking about Israel and Gaza. Yeah, got to pick your battles, still be palatable enough to enough people who have no idea there's even a problem. Exactly. Bingo. The old leadership of the local DSA is handing off the baton, but there's a lot of history and reasoning that arises out of that history that needs to be communicated and it isn't. How do you, I mean, I guess the question is, Crivens, how do you correct that? How do you get that history, like, presented to people who probably are working off of emotions and are not really thinking about history? I don't know. Like, that's a question that I want to figure out, because I think there are a lot of youth who are angry and rightfully angry. I think there is a point in wanting to scream and yell and make your point heard, but with the way that our current media works, it just isn't possible. It just isn't fucking possible. They turn everything around. They'll take something like Hassan Piker will say, right? And something he said in 2018 where he's like, hey, we deserve 9/11. And twist it into something being a regular fucking thing being said. When the reality was, he's like, our foreign policy is the reason why we had 9/11 happen. That is the real fucking underlying quote, like what he was trying to get at. We deserve 9/11 because we were not paying attention to our own foreign policy. It was a fuck around, find out sort of comment. Did he say it correctly? No, I think the way he communicated was pretty piss fucking poor. But that was in 2018. And they still use that same fucking talking point. And this is why, like, I scream about, like, like having this is why I'm having this conversation right now and being very pointed. And I feel you also have this very high horse mentality of a lot of leftists in Europe. Like, they would rather wag their fingers at people for buying Teslas, using AI, or buying a Coca-Cola instead of recognizing that people are those people are part of the people they need to turn to their side and listen to. I'm going to say this. I think there is a aspect of, like, if you're buying a Tesla, you're already under that umbrella that you probably are A, making a shit ton of money, and B, you're probably never going to vote Democratic or leftist or anything like that. You are going to be in that category of people who are like, there's a few people who, yes, they're like, I shouldn't have bought a Tesla. I've seen a lot of those people. But there's also a group of people who, if you're still buying a Tesla, you're not going to be reached out to. So is it really a huge deal to talk about Tesla? No. I talk about Elon Musk all the time, and I think the reality is this. Fuck billionaires. That's the thing we should be harping on, is like, these people have way too much fucking money. Fuck them. And then B, how can we get people to be fucking on board with universal healthcare? I think that is the angle you kind of have to, like, drill into, is like, universal healthcare is first and foremost the biggest thing you have to focus on, and then 2, affordable housing, and then some form of safety net for people who are losing their jobs, that type of thing. Imagine the party of countless grab my pussies caring about optics. So ridiculous. That's the problem, though, Luke, is they do. They are the do as I say, not as I do fucking group, and they fucking worry about that shit way too fucking much. And they use it against people. I'm like I said, look at the DSA Hassan Piker ties and how they're trying to make it look like, like this fucking radical fucking Turkish guy is the leader of the DSA group, when that's not the case. It's just not. Eventually, the other side is going to make your point for you the moment that it's profitable or useful to them to do so. My country has stopped all contracts with Starlink. Just an FYI. Good, because fuck them. I'll never understood why people are so against everyone else getting healthcare. I don't either. Teslas are far cheaper in certain European countries. I can see that. I know there's also tax credits because they're electric vehicles. I think they used to be cheaper here in the States because of those credits, but I think those got wiped. I refuse to buy a Tesla. So I think the average person doesn't really think of Elon Musk getting money from an apartheid emerald mine when they buy a Tesla. They just know they'll get a tax rebate. Okay, yeah. That's the thing. They don't think about that because there's two different schools of thoughts, I guess, with this. One is, this is the cheapest vehicle I can get and I'm saving money. Can you really look at someone and go, I fault you for that? Especially if you can get it cheaper than a gas fucking powered car, or it's going to save you a shit ton of money. I can't get mad at you about that. Now in the States, I can, because it's a status symbol here. And people are buying like the rinky dinky fucking disgustingly poorly built Cybertrucks. When I see a Cybertruck, I immediately go, you are a fucking asshole. You're buying a fucking vehicle that is a walking fucking trash can, as a piece of shit. You're buying Homer Simpson's fucking designed vehicle. You're buying the fucking 5000 sucks from fucking RoboCop. I'm sorry, the 5000 SUX. Everyone who says we have long wait lines, etc., for healthcare doesn't actually understand. I can't say enough how beneficial it's been to not have to pay for healthcare. I'm willing to wait. Yeah. DeLorean fucked a Pontiac Aztec. So weird whenever I see one. It's bizarre. And there's several in this neighborhood. I've seen like at least 4. I see a Tesla whenever I go get my cigarettes in New Hampshire. The owner of the gas station there must own it. Poor dude. He had it before the election, I think. It would be one of the few things I would sell the moment the election was started. I'd be like, I can get this away from me. Yeah, it's not the DeLorean you want to act like it is. Yeah. If someone is in an accident or having a heart attack, they go ahead of me. You know what? I'm okay with that. Yeah. I do wish we could stop the sanctions and tariffs on Chinese EVs, though. Then Tesla would be blown out of the water. Yeah, I mean, you have to understand, though, Elon Musk has a lot of pull in a lot of different places, and that's why there's so many sanctions on other EVs. It's the rich getting richer and pulling strings for their friend, you know?
The Department of Justice.
Yeah, I mean, and many of them I didn't vote for.
You should have told her right, so just leave it alone, right? Just kidding. Hey, look, I'm of the opinion, like, look, there are better fucking vehicles, better EVs out there than the Cybertruck. And you can even go out of the realm of Tesla and find something that is comparable. That's my take. Like, there's so many better options. The fucking Cybertruck 2 also looks like a fucking it's just an awful looking vehicle. For my own personal sanity, if I had one, I'd be like, I gotta get rid of this because I don't want to be a walking fucking, vandalism target. I love a Rivian, but I think they're more expensive than I'm willing to afford on a car. Yeah. You could scratch a love note on it, though. You could. There's cameras all over those, by the way. Just FYI, don't vandalize those things because they're filming 24/7.
For, and if you're going to bring up Blanche, I'm not going to vote for him as well, too. There's some that I would vote for.
My tip.
And then there's many that I haven't because that it's just I don't believe that's the kind of right person for the job. Overall, I really try to call balls and strikes. I do think, like, for example, Mayorkas, he did a terrible job. He was
be tortured good and tight. Yeah, he would. At this point, we drive a 16-year-old Kizashi and a 10-year-old Honda CR-V. Cars in France are half the price. I drive a 2013 Honda Civic. And if I'm going to ever get rid of the car, I'm probably going to try and get one of those like tiny Japanese like trucks. Because if I ever go to a show or anything like that, I need just a vehicle to throw stuff in the back of. But that's it. I really don't want something. I don't want to fucking buy another car personally. And because European car companies can't compete with Chinese ones either in a fair market. Also because EU authorities just want to sabotage China. They do. The diesel truck lovers bought an EV truck after ridiculing Prius drivers just to signal support for their politics. Yep. I remember that shit. Oh, you want to drive one of those things? A little piece of shit? I lived in Texas, man. I fucking heard it all the time. Oh, the FA cars. Like, ugh. Oh, fuck yeah. T-truck? Yeah. T-truck. Yeah. You'd love my pickup. I love it for that. Throwing my bike in the back, etc. Gas is $80 to fill. Yeah, the key cars are Susie was like, if you buy one of those, you know it's gonna get stolen, right? I'm like, we live in an area that I don't think it would get stolen. She's like, are you sure? And I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, I want one really bad. I've wanted one for a while now. Before they were like really popular. Rivians and Cybertrucks are driven by one type of person around here. Rivian. Wait. All right.
Never should be impeached. You didn't break the law. Incompetence, is not, for impeachment. But overall, trying to describe an honest assessment that
what's the problem with Rivian?
As a Democrat from Pennsylvania, that's been.
I only like the way they look, and I think I looked at their price. Yeah, I think that's the joke. Geralt of Rivia. Because I went, what? Isn't that Rivia? Internet says Fetterman approved Bondi, who was Trump's personal lawyer. Should not be eligible candidate in the first place. That with that much connection, there shouldn't be multiple people in Trump's administration because of the connections. Italian Riviera.
That's been my role, and if you look at my voting record, I haven't changed these core things like pro-choice. I don't turn our back on the gay or trans community in America, and very, very pro-immigration, very, very pro-union. All of those kind of boilerplate kinds of.
I know what Craig is hinting at. They do look very okay. They look Hummerish, which I can see them being driven by conservatives. That's all. That's the way I look at them. They have that boxy box style sort of thing. But I mean, like if you like it, sorry, Focus, you're good. Electric pickup would be the best vehicle. Mine's just regular, so maybe you wouldn't live it, but anyone. Oh, you wouldn't love it, but anyone would love driving it. I let it sit a lot, save money. Yeah, I don't drive all that frequently. So filling up my tank, I fill up my tank maybe once every month and a half to 2 months. So yeah. Do that offer sedans anymore? I think I'm looking at the sedan. I really hope that hydrogen powered cars become more normal in the next decade or two. Look, if the gas lobby or the gas companies or the people who are producing petrol are still kind of doing their thing, I cannot see any sort of EV or hydrogen power vehicle ever taking off. I get 5K, 5 kilometers per dollar at this point. Oh, not conservatives? Wait, different stereotype? What's the stereotype then? Raven's got some goofy headlights. What's the stereotype? Tell me the stereotype. I'm not gonna rake you over the coals, Craig.
Democratic issues that hasn't changed. So that's where we're at. And now you talk about ICE. Absolutely. Like I called for Noam, she has to go. And now we brought in a new leader now. I've said.
Because I would say Teslas now are strictly a conservative car. You have to look up the American equivalent. I'm not going to research it for you. Okay, hold on. Well, 5 kilometers.
This deport all of the criminals, 100% deport all of them. I hope we could all agree on those
I just
things.
totally clicked
We
on the
need
wrong
to
thing.
secure
I
our
did.
border. We
There
do need to secure our border. And then I've said, do not target
Asian
otherwise
okay, I get what you're
hardworking,
saying. I got
you know, migrants that are a very important part of
I
our
got you. I got
economy,
you. I
specifically
got you.
like in my state in agriculture
really?
too, or
That's
tourism, or these other kinds of positions too, trying to find the right balance of,
I'm sorry,
of
Cybertrucks? Really?
secure a border, deport all the criminals,
Really?
but stop targeting otherwise innocent kinds of
You got a
migrants
Geordie
here,
LaForge thing going on as
including
well.
my family. My wife was a
right.
former dreamer. Yeah.
Right. But that's my point is, so they are targeting those people and they are,
So
there have
5
been
kilometers
killings
to a
and
mile, or
even
5 kilometers
Homan
is
has admitted that
3.1
the
miles.
training on the killing in I can't remember if it was Maine or if it was
It's
the one
not-
in Minnesota.
By the way, not bad, I guess. Wait. Yeah, not bad.
So, there's quite a few of them. So I guess my question to you is,
Compared to the government. Well, hey, I don't know if there was a video I watched that was talking about how much China actually saved the rest of the world by their petrol reserves or their oil reserves. Essentially, with the Iran war going on, we were at a point where we were dipping into our reserves already, but China had so many reserves on deck. We don't even know how much how much they had in reserve. They had enough to cover other people dipping into their reserves and then still have a shit ton in reserve. It's crazy. It's crazy. It was an interesting video. You're talking about that video, talking with the video going, trust me, 5 kilometer per buck is not good. Is it not? Because I'm trying to think, in my car, it's currently almost $4 per gallon. And I get per gallon, oh yeah, you're right. I think I get trying to think, what do I get per gallon on my Civic? I don't drive that often. Oh, I can't
you're
afford to
agreeing
lease it, am
with the majority, I think, of Democrats on that, but not
I've been
agreeing.
very clear, vocal,
Right, but not agreeing with their method of how do Democrats influence that if the Trump administration is running
I get 32
roughshod
miles per gallon
over what you just said? They're not just
that's
doing
bad.
the
You're
criminals;
right.
they've deported citizens.
Yeah, you're right.
Or they've jailed citizens. They've taken immigration, which was generally
You're right.
a
Yeah, it's not that
civil
great.
concern, and made it a criminal concern. They want to build.
So I watched this John Stewart earlier this morning and just now found my comment under it here. It's at the 410. How do we keep our racism, but also our workers, but also deport immigrants? Hold on. I think I just just Control F and find you. Let's scroll down here. Nope, not yet. Yeah, all right. Down under top comments, really? Sorted by top. Crazy. Or newest. Okay. All right. Let's see. No, we're not seeing it. Don't ever Control F me. I heard that's bad. You know what? I'm not going to.
Build giant warehouses where they just bring people that are there on civil violations or what used to be civil violations. So if they can't use things like a threat of a shutdown, where would you suggest they use their lack of power?
Hey, by the way, thank you, Barbie. I appreciate you jumping in and hanging out.
I work with the new Secretary Mullen, and now all of those warehouses in Pennsylvania were canceled.
Controlled F.
I mean, that's a fact. And shut the government down on that. There wasn't one single ICE reforms or anything. You can want reforms and you can engage in those dialogue, but shutting the government down when that has zero impact on the way Homeland Security is going to operate, because they were funded through the big, beautiful bill. The thing that I did not vote for that. as well too. They had unlimited money. So for me, it was a decision. Said, should I just vote to shut our government down, even though every single Democrat in my caucus knew that it would have no direct or even indirect leverage over ICE to behave the way that we all want them to do. So
It depends on if there is a safe word in the control, just in case. Yeah. This dude, this is another dude who has a suit that wasn't tailored properly. Yeah. He's also a giant. I could see why. Wait until he answers about capitalism, Israel. He thinks there are two. The two are somehow interchangeable. Oh God! Hold on. I'm gonna run downstairs. I forgot to take out the pizza dough that I'm planning on using tonight. 1 second.
do that. That's a demand from an agitated, angry base, and I'm willing to say, look, that's the wrong thing. That's the wrong solution for a reasonable conversation to have with people saying we want to make those kind of changes for ICE.
So what is the way to make those changes? Because my understanding of the shutdown was they were saying we will shut it down unless you make those changes, not that somehow that those changes would be made because it wasn't funded. I understand that that's what you're saying, but that was the threat.
Yeah, and there was no forced any kinds of things. So we, the Democratic caucus there walked away with empty pockets about shutting our government down on both sides. So it's a reasonable kinds of concerns, but it's the wrong tool or the solution in order to achieve it. Win elections, and then that puts you in the better position to make those kind of changes.
Okay, Control Z is my safe word. Tetsuo. Akira. Tetsuo. Wait. By the way, I'm a massive Akira fan, especially the books. I've read the books. I actually have my big box set of books down there. That's actually a good name for a sourdough starter. I think I'll just take the name now. I have 2 sourdough starters going. One is technically a hybrid of 00 flour and bread flour, and the other one is just bread flour. Nerd. Government bound. What is he trying to say? I think he's got like I said, I think he's got a voice in his ear telling him what to say. Not his brain. But yeah, no, I've been making pizza. We're testing out a couple of different dough recipes right now for with the starter that I have, and I think I've stumbled across one that is going to work going forward. I have a pizza oven downstairs that we use. Does the Tetsuo sourdough starter just expand uncontrollably until it swallows the protagonist? Now remember, in the movie, it doesn't completely swallow Kaneda at all. So let's remember, he gets out of it. He gets out of it. Unfortunately, he does kill his girlfriend, which is pretty fucking sad. There are 2 small Jewish men hidden inside his mechanical bodysuit, pulling levers that control his speech. No, they're 2 Israeli men. The controllers are suffering from stick drift, hence the speech issues. Just made 2 pizzas too. I'm obsessed with making pizza. 38 years of perfecting my recipe. I have been on a binge for the last, I think, 3 years trying to find the perfect kind of dough. I've been kind of happy with one dough in particular, but my issue is like if you do not work the dough properly with the one that I was really happy with, it can tear very easily. So it doesn't have like a lot of good like gluten built in there. But this dough that I have stumbled across with the starter, this one has been really good and really stretchy. My issue is that I think the hydration might be a little too high. All right, there we go. Making homemade pizza is breadophobic appropriation. Hey, I'm actually making Indian curry pizza. I'm actually making tikka masala pizza tonight. Better than pineapple? I do like pineapple pizza. A pineapple on my pizza, but I've been told, hey, listen to Joel or have a nap. The debate is real. I'm about to get off, so not like that. I'm about to hop off here in like maybe 20 minutes. I gotta go get some stuff done. But yeah. Fuck yeah. Yeah. I have I tried it yesterday and I let the dough rest too long outside of the fridge. So it was a little too what's the word? It was a little too sticky. So I'm gonna try it again here. I'm gonna let it not get fully warm, and then I'm gonna try and work it after that. But it felt like I had let it let it sit out of the fridge after the cold fermentation for too long. I think for like 4 hours, and it just rose too much and should have been reworked or reshaped, and then let to rise again. But yeah, I ended up fucking up the pizza. I was so mad yesterday. We went and got McDonald's. I said, fuck it. The POC, People of Color Queen, Nancy Pelosi would be livid at this Italian cultural appropriation. And you know what? She can get the fuck over it, all right? Pineapple and ham are fine, no bacon. Don't ever listen to pineapple haters. I like ham, it's fine. I actually will do pineapple and pepperoni. I know people are like, ew, that's gross. I prefer that. But that's my jam. All right. I do like pineapple on pizza.
Ground news. That's what I'm talking about.
I'm a good tikka masala calzone. Wait, I love a good tikka masala calzone.
I'm not a big fan of the news outlets. Those bastards. That's right. Can I say that on this? And it helps covered by tricks. The Matrix, the actual. You can see frame their head. Advantage 40% new style news.
Now you have my party. You know,
in Sweden they use banana on pizza. It's wild. I would try it. I have no problem with sweet and savory. I have zero. But what is the institution that taught these people to be pro-killing if it's about getting Jewish people some random land? Who taught them this? Well, the people who taught them this were the United States, the Americans. Pineapple's fine. Banana on pizza is a food crime. I try it. I try anything once. That's just who I am. Like, put anything in front of me, try it once. Oh, I don't know. Adovada pork with pineapple, Oxaca or Osaka. I think that's how you pronounce it. Red onions and cilantro. No cilantro. Fuck no. Ugh. Never learned it though. Sweet and savory. That's what I heard. I said sweet and savory, but sweet and savory works too. Is it school or church? Oaxaca. Oh, okay. See, look, there you go. I'm not good with pronouncing shit. Thank you. But no cilantro, please. None. Cilantro tastes like soap. To me, it does. I've gotten better about it as time has gone on. If it's in food, I can eat it and I'm fine. But if I see it on stuff, I'm like, if I'm asked, like, do you want cilantro? I'm like, no, please don't. But it does taste like soap to me.
You know, they're returning back to the worst impulses. Abolish ice.
That is correct. Cilantro only tastes like soap to some. To other people, they're like, it's delicious. I eat it by the handfuls. I'm like, you are disgusting. Cilantro is fine. Too much is horrific. And it's a fine line. I think I'm in that category. But here's the thing. I'm in Texas and people overdo cilantro. It is a habitual fucking overdoing of cilantro. Like most people, I feel like people who say cilantro tastes like soap just have had just a bad experience with it. Most herbs taste like soap if you've had too much. It's actually a genetic thing. It's like kind of like in the same vein, like, you know, some people who eat asparagus, their pee smells and some don't. It is literally a genetic code thing. I'll still take your brother. It's fine. Yeah, it's a genetic thing. Maybe we're related, Joel. So it must be church. We definitely didn't learn to protect groups of people via slaughtering everyone else in school. No, we didn't. No, you're right. It is something I think that is a I think it is an ideology. I think it is something that is inherently built into I don't even know. Like, I don't even know how to describe it other than like, I don't know if it's a religious thing. I don't think it's a school thing. I think it is legitimately something that is just part of the party structure. And we think that, might is right type of thing. We've eaten a lot of cilantro being this close to Mexico. Always tastes like soap. Yeah. Church kind of teaches that mass murder is part of God's ineffable plan for humanity. That too. Do we need a pro cilantro eugenics? Oh, Jesus. I put dried red basil on fresh sweet basil, garlic salt, and a dash of parm with the sauce and skim milk, mozzarella. That sounds pretty good, actually. Learned from watching Steven Seagal slice alone, Arnold, and my Lord and Savior, Walker, Texas Ranger. By the way, fucking, that motherfucker, god damn it, I know his fucking name because I said it, the other day. That guy is a fucking piece of shit. Was that Tim McGraw? Have you considered doing a cooking stream? I actually used to do cooking streams back in the day. Back in the day on my old channel, or not old channel, but my old stream setup, I used to do cooking. But yeah, I'm not opposed to it. I've got a setup that is a little bit more remote. I have a lot of AV equipment, so yes, I can do it. I'll watch a cooking stream as long as he's. No, I can't do that. I would get kicked off. I'd get kicked off platforms here.
Abolish the border and say these kinds of extreme things.
You're saying the Democratic Party is returning to abolish ICE and abolish borders?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the people that are.
I think the last time I did one, someone criticized me for because I was making spaghetti and I was doing it on a stream and I was doing it from scratch. And if you know anything about cooking spaghetti sauce from scratch, the longer you cook spaghetti sauce, the sweeter it gets. If you're trying to do it quickly, the way to get around cooking it quickly, making it sweet by cooking it long, is you have to add a little bit of sugar to it. And someone's like, I cannot believe you're adding sugar. Like my Italian heritage is weeping. And I'm like, I don't have 4 hours, 3 hours here to reduce the sauce. All right. And plus I need to cook this for people and no one's going to sit here for 3 hours while I do this. Yeah. You add sugar. And the other thing too, is a lot of people don't realize most of the sauces you're buying that are jarred it's just full of sugar. That is just what it is. I don't add a ton of sugar. I add enough that it takes some of the acid out of it, and that's it. Luke's, my ex was into all of those things, but he went MAGA. I thought maybe it was connected to his interest in that stuff. Guess not. Brain damage must still be the number one reason they turn MAGA. That's part of it. I think it's also late stage capitalism and these motherfuckers who fucking piss off. Yeah, I agree. I think these people who subscribe to the idea that hey, if I fucking emulate these motherfuckers who are making a shit ton of money, I'm gonna make a shit ton of money too, and that's the only thing that matters is how much money I have. Have you seen my channel? Lots of gardening. Hell yeah. I mean, I'll add you to my watch list on my other my main account that I watch everything on. Oh shit, you're subbed. Okay, sweet. I have a 5-gallon Ziploc bag of homegrown tomatoes, skinned and cut up. I'll be canning soon. Yeah, I've just been picking up growing tomatoes out here in Texas is you're asking for an infestation. So yeah, that's why I want to get a greenhouse. It'd be nice. All right. I might watch most of that off stream. I've already watched most of it in clips anyway. John Fetterman's a fucking idiot and does not deserve the seat that he has. But anyway, we'll go ahead and wind down real quick. I can hear Suzanne clicking around the dogs downstairs, so probably need to get moving. I also need to do. I got a new pedal, so I got to test that out tonight too, with recording stuff. So I got that, and then I might go out. I think a friend messaged me. They were like, "Hey, do you have a moment to sit down? They have an idea they want to pitch me." I'm like, "All right." Kicking me out in time. Hey, you know what? I'm here for that. All right. I thought that was you. I recognize the name. Huh? How about the 10 by 16 hoop house, raised beds, and 4 cattle panels. In the winter, I hang up custom clear 20 millimeter or milli vinyl drapes. Wait, is that milliliter? Tarps over it and use it like a treehouse all winter. It's awesome. I should try to do something like that. Here, the winters are very mild, so yeah. I mean, it's hard to say how much Action Cheese has influenced me. But as a very little kid, I was always under the assumption that bad guys were around every corner. But then at like 5, I realized ninjas aren't real. Oh, ML. Okay, greenhouse. Sorry, not treehouse. I was like, wait, treehouse? Horror movies were my thing as a kid. I was shown movies that I should have seen at a very young age, and you know, they basically became my outlet for my own I guess depression was it. Like I watched these movies as a form of escape. Bona fide spammer. Totally. You guys are just fucking spamming my chat. If I might stream on Saturday afternoon. Suzanne's gonna go see her mom. I might stream like for a couple of hours that day. Watched The Shining about 8 times in the past week. You know what I watched the other night that I kind of want to rewatch again? I watched Child's Play 1 and 2, but I just want to rewatch Child's Play 1. Growing things is nice meditation, and extra places to hang in the winter is nice too. I saw Texas Chainsaw at like 4 years, no memory of it, but it gets brought up like, haha, wasn't that funny how you got scared? I saw Carrie at the age of 5, and it is one of the few lasting memories, or one of the first memories I had of watching a horror movie that scared me. I also believe I watched Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I had a phobia of I used to have nightmares of of Leatherface being at the end of my hallway. But I used to sleep with the door open because I was scared that I would have no way to get out of the room. So yeah. There's the whole queen scene in the bathroom under the sink. So in the thing that scared me is the ending of Carrie. It's when the mother and Carrie get into the fight, and then the hand jettisoning out of the grave with Sue being grabbed. That image was burned in my brain, and I used to have nightmares being like visiting a grave and being grabbed. Poltergeist was scary too. I didn't see Poltergeist until I was in like my late teen. And I didn't even see the sequels up until like a few years ago. The second one's pretty alright. One of my teachers forced us to watch a horror movie back when I was in school, and I have refused to watch a horror movie since. You're missing out on some fun stuff. Horror movies nowadays are fun. Spaceballs undid the fuckery of the chestburster scene for me. Alien is like one of my favorite movies. I think the first movie's great. I actually like Prometheus. A lot of people don't like Prometheus. I'm like, I like it. I enjoyed it. But Evil Dead 2, which, I mean, I have a bunch of Evil Dead shit around here. I'm probably going to redo the room on the weekend too. I have a shelf that I used to use because I used to sit on this side of the room when I used to stream. But I might move my shelf that's over here, over the corner. You can kind of see my Ash. I've got a big old Ash figure. You know, I'll just grab it. Yeah. So I got the Evil Dead 2 not life size. I mean the what was it? It's on a 1/8 inch scale. Ashy slashy. And then yeah, I'm a huge Evil Dead 2 fan though. I have also the female Ash figure that whatchamacallit did. Was it almost said Toboyashi, but it's not. Oh yeah, I have that. I actually have another one. I have one boxed up there as well. And I have all the Evil Dead 2 NECA figures, and then a few of the Evil Dead ones. I really didn't like the Ash figure they came out with from the first movie. It looks a little sad. Although I did recently watch the guy who didn't like musicals, which is a comedy horror technically, but not scary at all. You should try Evil Dead 2. Evil Dead 2, if you've never watched or if you're scared of horror movies, it undoes a lot of the weird shit. Like, to me, it was my favorite movie it is one of my favorite movies. I don't watch it anymore. I can tell you the movie verbatim. But yeah. My all-time favorite trilogy is Back to the Future. Just never imagined we'd all be in Hell Valley in the future. That's true. Space, where nobody can hear you scream when you take one in the balls. My husband was watching some horror movie. I don't know. Okay, I don't remember which, but I was laugh out louding so much when we finished. I forgot it was a horror. Asked, can we watch a horror next? Oh, damn. Evil Dead was just all brown to me. Evil Dead is horror camp. Evil Dead, the first movie, the only way it's ever scary, the original one, is if you saw it in the 90s on a really bad, worn out rental tape. I made a video about. You know what? I'm gonna repost all my old videos that I had on the JBS channel, that were all my horror commentary videos. I think they'd be kind of fun to watch, but I talked about the fact that, like, the reason why horror in the 90s were scary, or even the 80s and 90s were scary, it was because of the rental tapes and the fact that they're worn out. The films that we get now, or the films that are from that time period that are seen now through a 1080p 4K lens, remove the texture and what made those movies scary. To me, that it just opens up and it shows you all of the seams there. The Epstein Files don't remind me of anything scary I've ever seen. The horror is like nothing I've ever seen or felt, reading and hearing what's in there. Because the reality is that the stuff that is in the Epstein Files is real. And when I'll always say this about horror films. Horror films are a reflection on essentially social, like, society as a whole, and not necessarily like exposing or being a documentary. There are a few films out there that do push against the grain, but in my opinion, horror films are meant to be an escape and meant to kind of be like a outlet. There's films out there though that do push, and like I Spit on Your Grave is a prime example of pushing. Martyrs is a prime example of pushing. But like, if you want true horror, you watch documentaries. Documentaries are what, if you want like real life, like it's cutting and it hurts, you watch that. The call coming from inside the house. We used to be able to make our own phone ring by changing one digit. I'd love to fuck with my sister. You're talking about When a Stranger Calls. I've watched that movie a few times in the last like decade. It's a great movie, by the way. At least the first half is like fantastic. Second half is crazy. Kind of like sprite graphics on a non-CRT screen. Yeah. Children do not know, like, especially the current crop of like young adults do not know true horror when it comes to like watching something that feels cursed, like we did when we were in our like young, like 12, 13, 14, like all of that time period, like 8, 9, 10. The VHS era of movies was literally like watching The Ring, you know, like being in the movie The Ring and watching the videotape from The Ring. You're like, holy shit, what did I just watch? I feel cursed. It's between watching MASH and actually working in a hospital tent. Yeah. Kids weren't sheltered back then either. And so we all saw movies way younger. We did. I remember being dropped off at, not dropped off, but I remember my uncle taking us to the rental store and then just being like, pick out whatever you want. And I picked out the most insane shit I should not have been able to pick up. And we rented it and watched it, and it was like, I watched The Shining in grade 3. I watched The Shining pretty young as well. I saw Clockwork Orange well before I should have seen Clockwork Orange. I saw Clockwork Orange when I was like 12, 13. That fucking movie, that movie changed my brain chemistry. The early internet days was full of all kinds of things no one should see. Oh, 100%. Goatsy, shit like that. I saw stuff that I shouldn't have ever seen, by the way. I'm talking like AOL in the mid 90s level, like holy shit. It is like what horror writers try to use as a subject ideas, etc. But what is in there isn't ever played out like that on screen. You're right. Reality, the Nazi oven videos, is the only one I can think. Yeah. I saw Clockwork Orange when I was 17. Bad idea. Nope. I became one of those people who, like when I saw Clockwork Orange, I was like, cinema can be aggressive, and it can be, it opened up my mind into the idea or the concept that media and is tame, but it can be also aggressive and challenging. And a film like A Clockwork Orange is challenging because the entire concept behind it is aggressive and startling, but it's also shot with whimsy, which is bizarre. I read A Clockwork Orange after watching it, and the book and the movie are so fucking different. We had to read the book before seeing Clockwork Orange. The book is entirely different, and I tell people this all the time. If you ever want to see you want to understand what Cooper got wrong about what the actual book is about, just watch the ending and then read the book. The ending ends literally. The ending of the movie is a chapter before the real end of the book. Like the book has an extra chapter. So the history of A Clockwork Orange, the release of that book in the United States was like this. The publishers of the book put in a dictionary because there's a lot of Yiddish words in there. And the other thing too is they said the ending of the book needed to be removed because it was not sensationalist, or it didn't have the bite that the chapter before did. But if you read it in context, the ending of that book is Yarples. Yeah, the ending of that book is the whole entire book is a tale of transitioning from a teenager to an adult. That is literally what the book is about in its essence, in its core. Alex does not, in the movie, he does not transition from being this edgelord teenager to an adult. He doesn't. In the book, he does. He does. And that's the difference between the movie and the book. The movie's telling a story that is aggressive and angry and mean. The book is telling a story about a teenager going from being a teenager to an adult and making poor decisions on the way from being a teenager to an adult. The movie is like, this is shot with whimsy, and it's not a bad movie. Like I enjoy A Clockwork Orange for what it is, but I know what the true intention of the book was about. All right, I digress. Clockwork Orange was one of the films we studied in my Films of the 70s course at the Kansas City Art Institute. as was The Shining. Yeah, I mean, but Kubrick as a director is he's fascinating. Here's the thing: Kubrick is a meticulous individual, and I think, in my opinion, he's probably one of the greatest directors ever. There's certain things that I like and I don't like about certain films that he's come out with. It's not fair. I should feel ill when I hear lovely Ludwig von. Oh man. I think the movie's great, but the book has a message to it that is lost. It's completely lost. There's a lot of other controversial things in the book too, but you know, there's a fine line between genius and insanity, and Kubrick exemplifies that. He's an artist though, in my opinion, and he knows how to paint pictures with film, you know. I mean, he knows how to just do film. He knew how to do film in general. I did that with all the Michael Crichton books, read them first, then saw the movie. I even did that with Jurassic Park and Harry Potter. Anytime you can read it first is best. Spider-Man can do that for you. By the way, Spider-Man, if you ever want to talk to me about Spider-Man, Spider-Man was my superhero as a kid. And when I first saw the Tobey Maguire movie, I cried in the theater because I did not think they would even remotely get it near close to what I would think a Spider-Man movie would be. I've watched them recently, and it's really not worth crying over. I think the Tom Holland films, I have not seen the new one yet. We're going to see it this weekend. I kind of like them a little bit more. Clockwork Orange is a great example of adaptations compared to Odyssey. The Odyssey one is great. I like Odyssey, but as we saw in the theater, I thought it was good. I would never put it in a film that I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna go watch this again, because to be honest with you, it's fine for what it is. But yeah, we do not talk about Woody Allen. Fuck Woody Allen. I also don't really like any Woody Allen films. I don't know. Oh, Harold and Maude. Oh, Harold and Maude's is a weird one. That story, that whole movie is a banana sandwich one. Other films in that class: Annie Hall, Little Big Man, The Last Detail. Oh, I see what you're saying. We don't talk about Woody Allen. Raging Bull, Rocky, Star Wars. Star Wars, in my opinion, is nowhere near as good as Empire. But you have to watch. Star Wars to watch Empire. So that's the only problem with Empire is you have to watch Star Wars to understand what Empire is about. The new one is good, nothing spectacular, but it's what you expect. Yeah, I mean, I go into every Christopher Nolan film knowing I'm going to see something that's going to be beautiful. But I also know that the story is going to be something that is going to be the last thing I'm going to praise. I mean, I do that with every single one of the Batman films. I think all three of the Batman movies Christopher Nolan did were great. I think Inception looks pretty. I roll my eyes at it. I think what's the other one? Interstellar. I'm like, it looks great. I didn't even watch Tenet though. Remember, the course was about films of the 70s. Wait, Harold and Maude was the 70s, right? Oh, and you're talking about Woody Allen, yeah. Harold and Maude, I had issues with the dynamic between the woman and the child. So, Harold and Maude. I named my two ferrets Harold and Maude. I fell in love with every Cat Stevens song. Oh, that's right. He did do the soundtrack for that film too. I need to revisit Harold and Maude though. I haven't seen it in 20 plus years. So, all right. I hear people click clacking downstairs, so I need to get myself out of here. Suzanne, I can hear shuffling around. All right, everybody, I appreciate you. I'm going to talk to Suzanne. I might do something on Saturday. I'll put a post up. Well, Harold and Maude, when I was young and no one questioned statutory rape. Oh shit, we're leaving. Yeah, I got to get out of here. I got some stuff I got to get done tonight, and yeah, I got some shit I got to do. Thanks for the live. Yeah, of course. Trying to do one maybe on Saturday. I don't know. We'll see. But everybody, take care of yourself. I'm going to work on a video this week too. I'm going to try and have it out by Monday. As I mentioned, it's going to probably be a bit. I think half the. I don't think this community is going to be upset with it, but I think there's going to be half the community that's going to be like, "Why are you being mean to her?" And it's like, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just trying to point out an issue we've got here. Alrighty, have a good one, guys.